Chapter 1465. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Rong Xian's last bit of hope was completely extinguished. Because he knew that the other party was not in the same situation as him, they had a lot of goods. Because at this price, there would be a buying frenzy for your goo. Chew. This time I lost. Rong Xian smiled bitterly. But he had no choice, he did not have enough goods. There was no need for any reason, failure had its reasons. But in this world, people did not look at reasons, they did not need reasons. They only looked at failure. Like Rong Xian expected, after Fan Yuan lowered his price, a buying frenzy erupted. Many buyers started to buy your goo. It was rare to see such a cheap price. How could they not grab this opportunity? A large number of transactions were carried out. Fan Yuan was raking in money every day. The other three parties did not make a move. Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu were hesitating. Rong Xian was hesitating earlier, now it was their turn. If they followed up and lowered their prices like Fan Yuan, their year goo would be bought by a large number of goo immortals as well. But that way, their profits would be very low. Their injuries were far from what they had expected. But if they did not follow up and Fan Yuan stole their business, what would they do? The crux of this matter was how much Fan Yuan had in stock. If Fan Yuan had a lot of stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would follow up. The market was only so big. Fan Yuan had a huge appetite because he had a lot of goods. If he ate more, others would eat less. But if Fan Yuan did not have a lot of stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower their prices. They only needed to maintain the same price. When Fan Yuan sold all of his stock, they would continue to sell at a higher price, their profits would be preserved. They would be the victors of this trade war. Thus, Xia Baoshu and the rest started to guess who Fan Yuan was. Was he a man or a woman? What force was he? Or was he a person? Why was there no news of him earlier? Why did he suddenly jump out of a rock? The three parties were puzzled. Fan Yuan's appearance was too sudden. Actually, in the Yurgu market, other than the three giants, there were other small sellers. However, these people were quickly ruled out by the three parties, because none of them could be. These small sellers must be watching this intense battle with pale faces. Rong Xian's mood improved at the thought of this. He was unlucky this time, and it was very likely that he would be the first to be eliminated. However, when he thought about it, there were others who were even more unlucky than him, and he felt a little better. But this was just a way for him to comfort himself. It was of no use in reality. No matter how the three magnates tried to guess, they could not figure out Fan Yuan's background. To be on the safe side, Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow in Fan Yuan's footsteps. They lowered their prices to the same level as Fan Yuan. On the other hand, Rong Xian maintained her previous price. Looks like Rong Xian thinks that the other party doesn't have much in store, Xia Baoshu thought. What he did not know was that Rong Xian had no choice. He did not have much in stock. If he lowered his price by so much, it would cause a buying frenzy, his stock would be sold out, and he would be eliminated. He might as well maintain his current price and take a gamble. If Fan Yuan did not have so much in stock, he would win the gamble. He would still have a chance to stay in the market and fight. If he lost the gamble, so be it, he was going to lose anyway. Xia Baoshu did not know Rong Xian's background. He thought that he felt that Fan Yuan did not have much left, so he wanted to take a risk. But Xia Baoshu was a calm person, he had to follow up, it was the safest. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xia Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xian not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble, or does he really know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fan Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xian had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry, he even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became, Fan Yuan, Xia Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of Gu immortals started to buy Yer Gu, or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further? The buyers shook their heads, it could not go much lower. The buyers were smart, the sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fan Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again? And by such a huge amount? Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot or if he's plotting something. I know that his Yer Gu is real, he is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some Gu immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of Gu immortals' divine senses or will surrounded Fan Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Buy. The Gu immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xia Baoshu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past he could earn 100 per Yer Gu, if he lowered his price like Fan Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xia Baoshu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture Yer Gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fan Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But Xia Baoshu frowned. He fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xia Baoshu. If she followed Fan Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fan Yuan's goods would be huge. The market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fan Yuan. There was another possibility, that was Fan Yuan purposely lowered the price. It was just a tactic to win the competition. He was purposely lowering his price. On one hand, he was probing the sellers, on the other hand, he was trying to raise his reputation. If I do not follow, I will be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow, I will be going crazy with that newbie, we will fight to the death. Wang Mingyu thought for a long time before deciding to follow. Because among the three parties she had the most goods, she had the confidence to continue. But at this time, Xia Baoshu stopped. The price of Yer Gu in the market showed that Fan Yuan and Wang Mingyu were leading the way. Xia Baoshu was the second highest, while Rong Xian was the highest. Evidently, no one was interested in the latter two's stalls. Most of the buyers were gathered at Fan Yuan and Wang Mingyu's stalls. Xia Baoshu was observing. He needed to know if Fan Yuan was putting on a brave front, or if he was really that strong. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because at this price she was making a huge loss. But among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian, on the other hand, was the most leisurely one among them as she watched them fight. It is about time, it is time to deal the fatal blow. Fan Yuan was very calm. At this point in the commercial war, he had roughly tested out the bottom line of the three major sellers. Although Wang Mingyu was still following up and entangling with him, according to the market situation in the past, the strength of the three major sellers should be about the same. Even if Wang Mingyu's strength was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he did not lower it by a huge margin, he only lowered it by a small amount. However, such a small reduction was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the hearts of the three major sellers. This? Rong Xian's face turned pale. Xia Baoshu squinted, his expression was dark. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said with a shocked expression. Why is there a need to do this? Why is there a need to do this? Fan Yuan's reduction was small, but it was a fatal blow, because it exceeded the cost of the three sellers. Since your gu were being sold, there were costs too. Rong Xian needed gu materials to refine gu, he needed immortal essence to activate gu refinement methods. Xie Bao Shu needed manpower and resources to nurture vicissitude trees. Even though Wang Mingyu was capturing wild year gu from a tributary of the River of Time, the capturing method required immortal essence. At the same time, to maintain and protect the tributary of the River of Time, he needed to invest money. If the price was lower than the cost, he would be selling it at a loss. This was usually done when one had accumulated goods that could not be sold, or when they needed funds urgently, they would use this move in desperation. If this move was used in the battle, the other competitors might be fine, but the seller would be the first to cough up blood. This move was too ruthless, it was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to oneself. Wang Mingyu was shocked, she did not dare to follow this anymore. She would be an idiot if she continued. This was your gu, such a gu worm was actually being sold at a loss, what did that mean? The buyers were stunned. This price was far beyond their imagination, they were tongue-tied and in disbelief. But soon, the gu immortals reacted. Jewel yellow skies exploded. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fan Yuan's stall. The scene had reached an unprecedented level of commotion. This was no longer the concept of buying. It was the concept of earning money. Buying year gu at such a price, according to the market situation, they would be making a profit. A large number of transactions were happening. Even the people who bought year gu earlier could not help but be moved. They bought from Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan's business was booming. In contrast, the other three sellers were not doing well, they were in dire straits. But at this time, the three sellers were not anxious anymore. Who is this newcomer? They are attacking so fiercely, but this time, he might have gone too far. Hee. Observe! Continue observing. I do not believe that he can maintain the price of your gu at such a low level. The three sellers were waiting for Fan Yuan to lose control. But Fan Yuan did not think that he could not hold on. Because he was using rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to produce ordinary year gu, he only needed to use rank 8 immortal gu's immortal essence. As for Fan Yuan, he had a cost. But compared to the other three sellers, if the latter's cost was counted as 10, then his cost could only be counted as 3 or 4. Everyone could sell year gu, it was the same everywhere. The essence of the price reduction in the battle was to compete with the cost. Chapter 1466. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. It is finally over, this commercial war is truly new. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. The competition for year gu ended with Fan Yuan's victory. This result shocked most gu immortals. It was rare for such a situation to happen. The newcomer had actually defeated the three giants of the older generation. Everyone thought that the newcomer was a wolf, while the three giants were like lions and tigers. But to think that the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The three sellers were not its match, they lost miserably, their year gu had not been sold even now. One could imagine that for a period of time, this year gu competition would continue to affect the market, it would be a topic of conversation among gu immortals. They would talk about it enthusiastically. Zhao Lianyun started to reflect on this commercial war. She had originally wanted to gain knowledge from this commercial war to help her in the future. Then, in this commercial war, why did the newcomer win, while the three old sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Then she answered herself. Because the newcomer is extremely powerful. Even if the three sellers join forces, they won't be a match for him or her. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed, she smiled bitterly. What she wanted to learn was how to enter the market as a newcomer. Fan Yuan's method had the feeling of great ingenuity but not perfection, great wisdom but stupidity. Although its power was unparalleled, and it really swept through everything, making the three sellers unable to even raise their heads, it was very difficult for Zhao Lianyun to learn. Because this was pure strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not lower the price to the lowest possible at the start? Zhao Lianyan asked herself. She felt that Fan Yuan's actions were unnecessary. But soon, after she thought about it thoroughly, a flash of understanding flashed through her eyes. I understand. Start with a high price and then slowly lower it. Firstly, it's a method that earns more profits than lowering it all the way to the bottom. Secondly, it should be to test the bottom line of the three major sellers. Thirdly, it's probably a demonstration. Zhao Lianyan's mind was filled with thoughts. The trade war has ended, and the newcomers have won. With this kind of strength, victory is not unexpected, but his or her appetite will not be satisfied with this business war. The newcomer wants to dominate the jewel yellow skies market. Not only did he defeat the three major sellers, but he also pushed them out of the market. This person is so domineering, sigh. When will I be able to possess such strength? Zhao Lianyan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had just started developing her immortal aperture. She was far from Fan Yuan's level. No matter what, she had already remembered Fan Yuan's fatty will. Zhao Lianyan treated him like a mountain. She, who had just become a Gu immortal, could only look up to him in awe. Rong Xian, Wang Mingyu, and Xie Bao Shu were discussing. Sai, where did this person come from? He or she has immense strength. He or she can satisfy the entire jewel yellow skies market alone. We cannot sell our Yurgu now. Wang Mingyu sighed. The situation is not so simple. This person is trying to kill us all. Xie Bao Shu's expression was pale. His voice turned sharp. Brother Xie is right. This person is selling so many Yurgu at such a low price. In the next 2 to 3 years, Jewel Yellow Sky's Yurgu market will be at an extremely low level. No matter who he or she is, this is too much. Not only is he eating the meat, he is not even leaving any soup for others. Rong Xian's expression was dark. The three major sellers had Yurgu, but they could not sell them. Yurgu was something everyone needed. Fan Yuan supplied so many at once, it caused a huge commotion, causing the Gu immortals to hoard a large amount of Yurgu. Yurgu were easy to feed, they only needed to consume the water of the river of time. Hoarding Yurgu was not difficult at all. This way, not just now, even in the next 2 to 3 years, the three major sellers would not be able to sell their Yurgu. As far as the buyers were concerned, they already had Yurgu. Why would they buy from them? Unless they sold Yurgu at a lower price, they might just hoard another batch of Yurgu. But the three sellers could not sell their Yurgu at such a low price like Fan Yuan's. The three sellers were hoarding Yurgu for the time being. But what was the use of doing so? After 2 to 3 years, the market would slowly digest the Yurgu that Fan Yuan supplied, and there would be a demand for Yurgu again. The price of Yurgu would rise too. By then, the three sellers could sell, but so could Fan Yuan. As long as he did the same thing, the three sellers' Yurgu would still rot in his hands. This was strength. With the disparity in strength, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Fan Yuan was also an intelligent person, but this time, he went straight to the point, using the kingly way to crush them. It was also the most effective. After the three sellers discussed for a while, they fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Because they knew in their hearts that as long as Fan Yuan's strength was here, they would not have a good time. Even though the Yurgu trade would not stop, this source of income would shrink. At least, they would have to give up on the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Right now, our only hope is that this person's strength is fake. He is just trying to scare us. It's just a bluff. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. The possibility was very small. We can cooperate. Rong Xian quickly said. This was a solution. Back then, the three of them had argued with each other, and were equally matched. That was how they had come to an agreement to work together and benefit from it for many years. But how can we cooperate with this person? The difference in strength is obvious. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Bao Shu said calmly. That will depend on our abilities. If Yurgu cannot convince him, there are other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked. Xie Bao Shu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants to kill us, we will have to give up on the Yurgu business. There was no other way. Competition was cruel. With Fan Yuan's strength, the three sellers had no way to survive, they could only give up on Yergu. But could they give it up so easily? The profits from the Yergu trade supported these three and the super forces behind them, who could accept it if it suddenly collapsed. No. I cannot give up on the Yergu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He relied on the Yergu business to support his cultivation and maintain his network. Now that it was gone, it was a fatal blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned to the righteous path and joined a super force. She did not have any profits. It was not her fault. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind her. Rong Xian had the least pressure. Because he was a member of a superforce, Central Continent's superforce, he had immense strength. And most importantly, he obtained Yergu through Gu refinement. If he did not need Yergu, he just needed to stop refining Gu. It was easy for a small boat to turn around. You want to cooperate with me? Fan Yuan soon received the information from the three sellers. He snickered coldly. Why cooperate? He could keep this for himself. Why would he share it with others? Fan Yuan rejected them without hesitation. 12 million immortal yuan stones. This was Fan Yuan's gains from this battle. Even though the price was low, the sales volume was too high. It was a small profit but quick turnover. When I get rid of these three sellers, I will be able to raise the price slightly. But in the next few years, they will probably last for a while. Fan Yuan estimated. On one hand, the three sellers were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fan Yuan's foundation, to prevent him from exaggerating his strength. Thirdly, even though the Jewel Yellow Skies market was monopolized by Fan Yuan, not everyone was buying from Jewel Yellow Skies. For example, Wang Mingyu had a super force behind her. Most of her Yergu would be consumed by herself. Other than that, there would be other forces that had strong connections. They would still purchase Yergu in large quantities, even if the price was higher. Of course, in this situation, as long as Fan Yuan continued to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and use this low price to push out his competitors, in 5 to 6 years, the three sellers would have a tough time. After all, the price was right there. Even those with strong connections would come to Fan Yuan's side. In the entire Gu Immortal market, Jewel Yellow Skies occupied the majority. From now on, Fan Yuan only needed to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and influence other markets. Eventually, he would become the leader of the Yergu business in the entire Gu Immortal market. As for others, even though they could do some Yergu business, they could not compare to Fan Yuan. After repaying my debts, I still have more than 10 million immortal yuan stones left. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I cannot rely on Yergu to make money. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking about how to use this immortal yuan stone to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Heir came to find him. He brought Fan Yuan a huge piece of good news. Chapter 1467. Genius 1 second. Remember love, go away? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. A small food path immortal Gu was placed on Fan Yuan's palm. It was green in color. It was the size of an adult's finger, but its body had 6 segments. It looked like a caterpillar. But on its forehead, there was a thin silver horn. At this moment, it was lying on Fan Yuan's palm, moving according to Fan Yuan's will. It had already been refined by Fan Yuan. Once a refinement path Gu immortal refines an immortal Gu, in most situations, this immortal Gu would have already been refined by the refinement path Gu immortal. That was to say, Sixth Heir was the owner of this food path immortal Gu. However, under Sixth Heir's guidance, it was much easier for Fan Yuan to refine this food path immortal Gu compared to refining wild immortal Gu. Rank 6 food path immortal Gu, snack. This was one of the requirements that Fan Yuan asked Langya Sect to refine for him. After inheriting Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he asked Langya Sect to refine 3 immortal Gu for him. Right now, they were all completed. They were rank 7 immortal Gu self-love, rank 6 immortal Gu cleanse soul, and rank 6 immortal Gu snack. These 3 immortal Gu were things that Fan Yuan needed urgently. Self-love immortal goo was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was indispensable. Fan Yuan was able to escape the Celestial Court's investigation because of it. Even though cleansed soul immortal goo was rank 6, its difficulty and time to refine was the highest among the 3 immortal goo. But after it was refined, it helped Fan Yuan resolve the soul path trap on the strength path 8 arm immortal zombie body, allowing Fan Yuan to use the light of wisdom again. It had also contributed greatly to the battle. As for snack immortal goo, it was a food path immortal goo. To solve the problem of feeding his immortal goo, Fan Yuan had a huge need for it. The immortal goo recipe of snack immortal goo came from Shadow Sect's inheritance. The origin was related to spectral soul demon Venerable. When he was alive, he risked his life to obtain a food path true inheritance from a beast man goo immortal. And that beast man goo immortal was the legendary person who created food path. The ancestors planted trees, the descendants benefited from the shade. The food path true inheritance in Fan Yuan's hands was the most authentic version in the world. Trying to inject red date immortal essence, snack immortal goo's caterpillar-like body shook, then like it was drunk, the lower half of its body lay on Fan Yuan's palm while the upper half of its body stood up, shaking its head continuously. In the process of shaking, its originally tender green body continuously turned red, and finally became the red of magma. At the same time, its body, which was originally as slender as a human's index finger, gradually became thicker and harder. Poochie. In the end, it spat out a large amount of viscous, orange-yellow liquid from its mouth. Then, it quickly withered and its body shrank, becoming even smaller than its original size. At the same time, the color of his body changed from magma red to pale white, giving off a feeling of weakness. With the food path true inheritance, Fan Yuan knew clearly, snack immortal goo had a limit to its usage. After using it once, it needed to recover before it could be used again. If it was used continuously, it would not be able to hold on. After spitting out large amounts of orange-yellow liquid, it would die rapidly. Love goes small say net only after it recovered. When its body returned to its tender green color, would it be able to use it again? Fan Yuan kept snack immortal goo into his immortal aperture, then looked at the orange-yellow liquid that it spat out. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air on its own, it did not fall down, it had already shrunk into a small ball. To use an analogy, it was like a healthy egg, the egg white and yolk were mixed together. This thick orange-yellow liquid was what Fan Yuan wanted. With it, he could use it to replace a portion of food ingredients to feed immortal goo. As for other rank 6 immortal goo, this orange-yellow liquid could replace 6% of their food ingredients. Rank 7 and above would have a lower effect. 6% of 100 wins seemed like a small amount, but in a few days, snack immortal goo could be used again. It could spit out a second round of orange-yellow liquid. This way, it would be a huge help in feeding immortal goo. Of course, the orange-yellow liquid had a limit. It could only replace 40% of the immortal goo's food ingredients. Beyond this, no amount of feeding immortal goo would have any effect. Fan Yuan took out an immortal goo, it quickly swallowed this orange-yellow liquid. The experiment was perfect. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction, he sighed internally. He had been coveting food path methods for a long time, because after rebirth, he had many immortal goo, the burden of feeding them was on his shoulders. Before this, for a long time, Fan Yuan had been busy feeding immortal goo. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my enemy, Shadow Sect. And it is the most outstanding food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack immortal goo is much easier than cleansed soul and self-love. The refinement of immortal goo was hard to predict. Fan Yuan had failed many times to refine cleansed soul, but he had only tried 5 times to refine snack immortal goo. It was a pleasant surprise that he succeeded on the 5th try. With this snack immortal goo, Fan Yuan's pressure in feeding immortal goo was greatly reduced. Rank 6 immortal goo could reduce the food ingredients by 40%. Fan Yuan could use immortal essence to feed them. Even though rank 7 and 8 immortal goo had lesser effects, the burden was much lighter. After all, Fan Yuan had a lot of immortal goo with him now. Snack immortal goo was very valuable to him. A few days later, Fan Yuan bought a batch of desolate plants from Jewel Yellow Skies. This batch of desolate plants was a layer of light green moss, attached to the surface of the colorful corals. They were light shine fungi. Light shine fungi came from the deep sea of Eastern Sea. It was completely dark there was no light. Perhaps it was because of the extreme that the light shine fungus was born in such an environment. The intense light it emitted illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the sea as if it were daytime. Fan Yuan had once bought a batch at the Eastern Sea Trading Convention, but back then, the owner was Tong Hua. He only traded and did not sell. After that, she sold the light shine fungi to Jewel Yellow Skies, but after a period of market evaluation, the price became lower and lower. Initially, Goo Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But later on, the buyers found that this plant was most suitable to be grown in the dark sea. Not only was there no water there was a huge amount of water and pressure. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would become weak. The light they emitted was only comparable to candlelight. In this situation, Fan Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua. He bought almost all of her light shine fungi at a very low price. Fan Yuan first placed a batch in his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture, as a backup. Next, he experimented on another batch. He needed to modify these desolate plants, to change their habits and make them his. Fan Yuan's woodpath attainment level was very ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had many methods. He had shadow sex inheritances and Langya sex true inheritances. A large number of modification methods were in Fan Yuan's hands. They involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and many other paths. Chapter 1468. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves surged. Winds and waves crashed on a nameless island. It was not evening yet, but the sky was already dark. The female immortal Tong Hua flew as she raised her head, seeing that the sky was covered in dark clouds, a sign that a storm was about to arrive. She felt vexed inwardly, but her expression was calm. Soon, she flew to the sky above the nameless island and saw a person standing at the highest peak of the island, looking at the sea and sky. Ren Xiu, thank you for waiting. Tong Hua landed behind that Goo Immortal and bowed slightly. The mysterious Goo Immortal slowly turned around, showing his appearance. He was an old man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He had a smile on his face as he said calmly, "No worries. I have to congratulate Fairy Tong Hua. I heard that the light shine fungi that you stored in Jewel Yellow Skies have all been sold." This old Goo Immortal was an Eastern Sea Rank 7 Enslavement Path Goo Immortal, Ren Xiuping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded, handing a large amount of Immortal Yuan stones to Ren Xiuping. After Ren Xiuping counted them, he purposely hesitated. "Fairy, if I am not wrong, this amount is slightly lacking." Fairy Tong Hua's expression was grim. She nodded. "I will return most of it to you first. I will return the remaining portion to you in the future." Ren Xiuping nodded. "Fairy, this is a wise move. According to the loan agreement between you and me, the lesser the debt, the lesser the interest. It seems that you will be able to clear your debts soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted coldly. Of course. Earlier, she had passed the tribulation and rebuilt her Immortal Aperture. She spent a lot of money and had no choice but to borrow money. Ren Xiuping was one of them. He lent her the most Immortal Yuan stones. However, the agreement between her and Ren Xiuping was also the strictest. The interest was extremely high. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a dangerous situation, but to think that Fan Yuan bought all of her light shine fungi, causing her to recover her funds. This time, she paid off most of the debt. The crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua didn't feel much pressure to pay off the rest of the Immortal Essence stones that she owed. Fairy Tong Hua didn't want to stay any longer and was about to leave when Ren Xiuping said, "Fairy, please wait. Is there anything else, fellow Immortal Ren? If you still want to borrow my Celestial Yuan stone, forgive me for being honest, but I won't." Fairy Tong Hua frowned and said coldly. Ren Xiuping smiled and said, Fairy, don't worry, it's not about that. It's just that I have an incomplete true inheritance that came from a woodpath great figure in the past. Didn't Fairy want to modify the light shine fungus? I believe that the contents of this true inheritance will be of great help to you. Fairy Tonghua was surprised. How did you know that I'm trying to improve the light shine fungus? Ren Xiaoping chuckled. Fairy, you didn't deliberately hide this matter. This old man will know after a little investigation. Fairy Tonghua's face was as dark as the current sky. Hua, hua, hua. Strong winds blew, creating countless waves that crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge waves. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tonghua invested too much in modifying the light shine fungus, causing her family's finances to collapse. She had to borrow money from everywhere to barely survive. If not for that, with her original foundation, she could rebuild her immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tonghua spoke again. Which woodpath great expert are you talking about? Ren Xiaoping smiled. Woodpath Gu Immortal Kui Wu Zi, have you heard of him? Fairy Tonghua was slightly shocked. He is indeed a woodpath great expert. He has rank 8 cultivation level. But in history he is famous for his battle strength, but his immortal aperture management skills are not good. Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone. Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kui Wu Zi's battle strength is too dazzling. It overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and a woodpath Gu Immortal. He will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this. Tonghua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my woodpath attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me. Maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tonghua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping. What is the price of this Kui Wu Zi true inheritance? Ren Xiaoping thought the fish has taken the bait, but he said, Not high, not high. Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tonghua bought Kui Wu Zi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. Crack! With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tonghua has already been deceived by Kui Wu Zi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined. Especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tonghua is not a woodpath Gu Immortal, she cultivates light path. Without years of research, how can she succeed? Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. Fan Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Fan Yuan could only see the pure white light shine fungus in front of him. These light shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak, they were shining brightly. Fan Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, now the light shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. Fan Yuan's woodpath attainment was lower than Fairy Tonghua. But he had the light of wisdom, he could use it to think. And Shadow Sex and Langya Sex inheritances had a vast amount of information, giving him the strongest theoretical foundation. He also had a large number of immortal Gu with him, or he could borrow them. All these reasons allowed him to create the immortal killer move. fungal light illumination. This move used perseverance immortal goo, self-love immortal goo, and would sprout immortal goo as the cores, with snack immortal goo as the supplementary goo. It could transform the green light shine fungus into pure white light shine fungi that were suitable for the sky. Among them, would sprout immortal goo was borrowed by Fan Yuan from Langya sect. Perseverance immortal goo and self-love immortal goo, Fan Yuan already had them. As for snack immortal goo, he had just refined it. It was a small surprise to be able to use it here. Next, Fan Yuan placed these light shine fungi in mini orange heaven and mini white heaven. In mini orange heaven, there was an aurora light. It was very beautiful. Within the aurora light there were fruits, flowing light fruits. And in mini white heaven, there was a small scale overlord flower field. After the light shine fungi were placed, the two places became brighter and brighter. Affected by this, the aurora light in mini orange heaven started to expand. Even though it was slight, as time passed, the growth could not be underestimated. And in mini white heaven, the overlord flower with its petals seemed to have become more energetic. Be it the aurora light or the overlord flower, they needed intense light. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the air. It was very useful for these two places. Fan Yuan observed for a while. He was very satisfied. As long as these two places are constructed, at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food problem of attitude goo and wisdom sword goo. Fan Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo among them. Years flow like water only consumed the water of the river of time. It was not a problem to feed it. Attitude goo and wisdom sword goo were hard to feed. All along, Fan Yuan had been worried about this. Now he finally saw hope. Furthermore, the light shine fungi can reproduce on their own. In the future, my light shine fungi will continue to grow. I might even be able to export them. This was very possible. Fan Yuan's modified pure white light shine fungi had a huge market. It was much better than the original light shine fungi. Once it was put on the market, it would attract good reviews and buyers. Fan Yuan had already planned to nurture both light shine fungi. He would place some light shine fungi in mini Eastern Sea, while the pure white light shine fungi would be nurtured. He would satisfy his own needs before selling them to the outside world. Let me calculate. For the light shine fungi to reach a certain scale and satisfy my needs, I will need to invest 2 million immortal yuan stone. To sell them to the outside world, I will need to invest another 1,800,000 immortal yuan stone. The main reason was that the burden of feeding rank 8 immortal goo was too heavy. In total, he would need to invest 4 million immortal yuan stone. But if he succeeded, he would have a monopoly on this trade. It would be very profitable. In the next 2 to 3 years, Fan Yuan could not rely on Yergoo at all. Even after 4 to 5 years, the Yergoo market in jewel yellow skies would be very low. Because goo immortals had large amounts of Yergoo, they had little demand. This time, Fan Yuan was putting in a lot of effort. Selling Yergoo caused the sales of day goo and month goo to be greatly affected. Fan Yuan wanted to develop rubbings. Light shine fungi was a good project. Of course, its prospects could not compare to guts goo. Because after the modified pure white light shine fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And guts goo could only be obtained by those with Danghun Mountain. Chapter 1469. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Cold winds howled, snow fluttered on the glacier. And under this glacier, there was a negotiation that had a frozen atmosphere. The two varying human races that lived here and concealed their identities, rockmen and snowmen, not long ago, because of a territorial dispute, they started a negotiation. Right now, this negotiation had already gone on for 6 days and 6 nights. Amoli area is the territory of my Rockman tribe. For 100 years ago, it was an inseparable territory of my Rockman tribe. This is the bottom line of my Rockman tribe, Snowman tribe, please understand. Shirzon's voice was very loud, it reverberated in the room. The Rockman Goo immortals who participated in the negotiation had cold expressions. And the snowman goo immortals had ashen expressions, they were even uglier. The Rockman tribe's attitude was very unyielding, it gave huge pressure to the snowman tribe. Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan spoke. 400 years ago, that was indeed the case. But afterwards, a goo immortal senior of my tribe won a bet with Shirzong's first supreme elder, and Moli area was the stake of the bet. Shirzong quickly waved his hand. That was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Bing Yuan sneered. Back then, we made a bet. Shirzong's expression was solemn, he asked. Where is the bet? Bing Yuan was speechless from anger. This Shirzong did not care about his face at all. Not only did he use such a method to cancel the alliance agreement, he even wanted to renege on the bet. As the grand first elder of the Stone Golem tribe, he was simply too shameless. But even though the snowman goo immortals were furious, they could understand. Because in this icy plain, there was very little land, the rockmen and snowmen had lived for a long time, they had too many people, the land was already overburdened. Stone Ancestor was willing to give up his face to take back the Moli region. This was also for the sake of the Stone Man race's overall situation, seeking benefits for the Stone Man race. But this way, the Snowman tribe's benefits would be violated. Finally, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost, the Rockmen won, they took control of the Moli region. Immediately, the Stone Golem tribe ordered all the snowmen in the Moli area to move out, leaving space for the Stone Golem tribe to take over. After returning to his territory, Rank 7 Gu Immortal Bingzhua was furious. This Rockman tribe is too hateful, they are distorting the truth just because they have a Rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. Bing Yuan consoled him. Calm down, Bingzhua. Haven't we seen through the Stoneman tribe's attitude after 1,000 years? In the northern ice field, the Stoneman tribe and the Snowman tribe depended on each other, but overall, the Stoneman tribe had the upper hand. There was only one reason, they had the immemorial rock dragon, it had rank 8 battle strength. With such powerful battle prowess, the Stone Golem tribe had the upper hand in many conflicts and protected their own interests. At the mention of the immemorial rock dragon, the anger on Bingzhua's face quickly faded, turning into a helpless sigh. Sigh! Rank 8 battle strength, immemorial rock dragon. If only our tribe had rank 8 battle strength, we would be able to fight them evenly. How good would that be? Bing Yuan was silent for a while before saying, It is not impossible to have rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If it really succeeds, what would the immemorial rock dragon amount to? Bingzhua heard this and his eyes brightened. What plan? Quickly tell me. Actually, this plan has already been brewing in my heart for a long time. At this moment, it can be considered to be an opportunity. Thus, I'll tell you about it, Bing Yuan slowly said. Bingzhua heard this and said in shock. You are talking about Lu Guanyi? Oh no, Fan Yuan? Lu Guanyi's identity was Fan Yuan. This news had been announced by the Celestial Court long ago. It was spread all over the world. Even though the Snowman tribe lived in a remote corner of the world, they still knew about such important news. Fan Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, it is publicly acknowledged. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago, we formed a good relationship with him, so if Schwer marries him, our Snowman tribe will have a marriage alliance with him, we will be able to bind him to our tribe. With this backing, we will not be bullied by the Rockmen anymore. Furthermore, with a rank 8, our tribe's development will be greatly beneficial, Bing Yuan said. Bingzhua thought about it as he nodded. Indeed, even though Fan Yuan is a human, he is an enemy of the world, he has already joined Langya's sect, there is no problem with his faction. But wait a moment. Bingzhua looked at Bing Yuan in confusion. Our tribe has a good relationship with him? Why do I remember that we only had an intense battle with him and ambushed him? Even though we turned hostility into friendship in the end, we are still far from having a good relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bingzhua, you were in closed cultivation earlier, pondering over the modification of killer moves, that is why you do not know. Recently, Fan Yuan used almost all of Langya's sect's resources to refine Immortal Goo. He encountered difficulties in the process, and needed the Snow Lotus Essence immortal material. Thus, I made the decision and sold all the Snow Lotus essences to Langus Sex Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. So that's it. Bingjue came to a realization, but he soon frowned. Since we sold them, we made a profit. Why didn't we just give them the Snow Lotus essences back then? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This is a serious matter. I could only do that back then. Firstly, the idea of a marriage alliance with Fan Yuan was not very strong. Secondly, if we had directly given them to him, Fan Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not have accepted it. Thirdly, this matter has already been known by others. If we had directly given them to him, the rock men would be suspicious and make guesses. Bingjue nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this could not be called a good relationship. It could only be said that their relationship had improved a little. There were many difficulties in marrying Fan Yuan. Because previously, when Fan Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the Snowman tribe had expressed goodwill to Fan Yuan, but the other party's response was very cold. Now that Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his status had risen to another level. The Snowman tribe wanted to marry Fan Yuan not because they favored Fan Yuan, but because they wanted to curry favor with Fan Yuan. The Snowman tribe did not know that Fan Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan was more confident than Bingjue. She said, "Don't worry. My granddaughter is beautiful and a Gu immortal. She is the best candidate for marriage alliance. In this aspect, how can the rockmen have an advantage over us snowmen? This is making use of our strengths and avoiding our weaknesses. Our tribe might be trying to curry favor with Fan Yuan through marriage, but Fan Yuan has our tribe's help. It is also beneficial to him. Let's not talk about other things, but we still have some Snow Lotus essence left. Moreover, even if this plan fails, it is not a big deal. It will not ruin our relationship with Fan Yuan. Let's give it a try." This "give it a try" finally moved Bingjue. The latter nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh, swoosh. The waves of the river of time surged, resounding in Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan's divine sense scanned the surroundings. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no mistakes, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods of He Fan's true inheritance, Fan Yuan restored the flow of time in his sovereign immortal aperture to its original speed. The resources in the sovereign immortal aperture were very superior, far surpassing super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path resources, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was extremely spacious. It was 250 million km2. In terms of time path, after restoring it, the flow rate was 1:60 compared to the outside world. A super-grade blessed land of the 10 extreme physiques was only 1:40. As for a high-grade blessed land, it was 1:30. It was half the size of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's immortal aperture origin core was also very abundant. 96 beads of immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture every year. In terms of outside time, that was 16 beads of immortal essence per day. Right now, Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads. 16 red date immortal essence beads, if converted to immortal ascension yuan stone, would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal ascension yuan stone. That was to say, even if Fan Yuan did not do anything every day, just the red date immortal essence produced in his immortal aperture would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal yuan stone. This was a little terrifying. But the truth was, it was far from that. When Fan Yuan's time path down marks increased, the immortal aperture's time flow would also increase. When the immortal aperture origin core became more abundant, the immortal essence produced would also increase. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. According to the most basic standard, 16 beads of immortal essence per day, rank 8 yellow lychee immortal essence would be converted to immortal ascension yuan stone. That would be 160,000 immortal ascension yuan stone. Fan Yuan had earned over 10 million immortal ascension yuan stone by selling Yergu in jewel yellow skies. When he reached rank 8 cultivation level, he would not need to do anything. Just 100 days in the outside world would be worth 16 million immortal ascension yuan stone. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the wealth. This kind of gap was not a simple linear one. It was a geometrical rise. Of course, this was Fan Yuan's situation. The sovereign immortal aperture was a special case. It was unique in the world. Shadow Sect used 100,000 years of accumulation. Almost all of it was used to refine this goo. It was not hard to understand why it had such a terrifying advantage. Previously, Fan Yuan had no choice but to slow down the flow of time because of providence and the calamities and tribulations. But now, Fan Yuan's battle strength rose. He was confident he could survive the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, he had Old Man Inkstone's immortal killer move exposed heavenly secret to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations. Together with his own development needs, it was necessary to restore the flow of time. In fact, Fan Yuan even planned to use time path methods to increase the flow of time. But I need to wait for a while. The time path methods in He Fan's true inheritance need to wait for a while before I can use other killer moves to affect the tributary of the river of time. With this rate of time flow, the illumination fungus will be able to reproduce rapidly. Attitude goo and wisdom sword goo should be placed outside the immortal aperture for now. Fan Yuan calculated this way, he would be able to satisfy the minimum requirement to feed attitude goo and wisdom sword goo. It was time to feed attitude goo and wisdom sword goo as well. But rank 8 immortal goo were too difficult to feed. This problem had been weighing on Fan Yuan's mind. As time passed, the pressure became greater. Chapter 1470. Celestial Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the curled-up spectral soul's main body as she frowned. "Oh, spectral soul, even now, you still do not recognize reality?" Spectral soul did not reply. He was silent like a rock. Fairy Myrtle snickered as she activated this rank 8 immortal goo house. Immediately, the chains shined with purple lightning. Spectral soul's main body, who was bound by the chains, started to tremble. His memories were forcefully extracted. They turned into dazzling images that appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. That was a scene from the past. Spectral soul had not become a demon venerable yet. He only had rank 7 goo immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral soul fell into Luopa Valley, directly crashing onto the ground. Guh. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper. His situation was bad. He was on the verge of death. A figure slowly descended from the sky. "You Hun, you can't escape. You will definitely die today." The person emitted rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression and was much stronger than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul sat up with difficulty, looking at the sky. "I don't understand. This is the first time we have met. We have no grudges. Why are you willing to pay such a huge price to kill me?" The person shouted. "Because you will bring bloodshed to the world. You will slaughter all living beings and harm all living beings." Spectral Soul snickered. "You have killed many more people than me. Don't you think your words are laughable?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head. "It is not the same. Your problem is much more serious than mine." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Is it because I want to create Soul Path?" The rank 8 goo immortal showed a surprised expression, but he quickly recovered, saying solemnly, "That's right, Soul Path should not have been created. In the current world, Fate Goo is destroyed. If Soul Path is created, the world will change, the dead will not be able to rest in peace, ghosts and monsters will roam the world." Ha! Spectral Soul laughed heartily. "Very good, then I will definitely create my own Soul Path. In the future, countless people will choose to cultivate Soul Path. Let this world change." He laughed and stood up abruptly. His condition had mostly recovered. "With me here, you will only be delusional." The newcomer sneered and swooped down. Spectral Soul raised his hands as a formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 goo immortal inside. But the enemy reacted immediately, dismantling the goo formation like a hot knife through butter. "You think I can't detect this goo formation's ambush? I purposely talked to you. I have already unraveled this goo formation." The rank 8 goo immortal charged forward, about to reach Spectral Soul. But Spectral Soul was very confident. He stood on the ground without moving, looking at the rank 8 goo immortal charging towards him. He snickered. The goo formation you dismantled is only the surface. Don't you think this valley is very special? The moment he said that, the goo formation burst out with its true power. The rank 8 goo immortal was like a tiger trapped in a pond. His charge came to an abrupt halt. This is Luopa Valley? The rank 8 goo immortal was shocked. That's right, this secluded domain of heaven and earth is a sacred land for cultivating soul path. Hee, it is also your burial ground. Spectral Soul proclaimed like a victor. Ah! The rank 8 goo immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was a rank 9 immortal formation. The rank 8 goo immortal resisted for a while, but he could not hold on any longer, and died regretfully. Spectral Soul looked at the corpse of his rank 8 enemy. His hair was disheveled and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Killing intent surged as he laughed coldly. Celestial Quartz goo immortal, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create soul path in the future, and let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, soul path goo immortal experts will emerge endlessly. Ha ha! The painting stopped at this point. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dark. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, who was imprisoned, for a while before turning around and leaving. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories this time, it was useless. In fact, it could be seen as Spectral Soul's response to Fairy Myrtle's earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul had a method to resist Celestial Quartz Soul's search. Even though he could not resist Soul Suppression Hall's power, he could choose to hand over his memories. This way, it will take a long time to find anything valuable. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply in her heart. Langya blessed land, Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the depths of the valley. With a thought, he activated the Luopa formation. This formation originated from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable himself. The basic goo worms were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was the ingredient of Cleanse Soul Immortal goo. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fan Yuan obtained the goo recipe, he ordered Langya Sek to refine a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo for him. Now, he had Cleanse Soul Immortal goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo not only satisfied the requirements of Cleanse Soul, it was also the foundation of many Soul Path goo formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At this moment, the Luopa formation activated. The irregular Luopa wind and bewildering fog started to move along with the goo formation's activation. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and went through the test of the wind and fog. Before this, he had expended a large number of guts goo, causing his soul to become swollen. After a while, the Luopa formation stopped activating. Fang Yuan's soul had become thin and lean. He returned to the sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With the Luopa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luopa Valley has increased by at least 30%. Fan Yuan evaluated in his heart. This was the first time he was using this formation. The Luopa formation was a goo formation used to cultivate Soul Path, but other goo formations could be added in. The Luopa formation had an extremely high tolerance. This was one of its greatest advantages. For example, when Qin Bai Xing and the rest resisted the investigation team of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the goo formation they used in battle was the Luopa formation. However, their Luopa formation did not focus on cultivation, it focused on defense. According to the records in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used rank 7 cultivation level to kill an invading rank 8 Celestial Court goo immortal. Back then, he had also used the Luopa formation, but he had added other goo formations with extremely high offensive power. The Luopa formation that Fan Yuan was using now focused on Soul Path cultivation. It used rank 6 Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul as the core, a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo as the foundation, and other goo worms to create it. Good. After this session of cultivation, my soul foundation has reached the level of 1,000,000-man soul. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the soul foundation was divided into many levels. From low to high, they were 1-man soul, 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1,000,000-man soul, 10,000,000-man soul, 100,000,000-man soul. 10-man soul meant that the soul foundation was equivalent to the total of 10 adults. Ordinary Gu masters could reach 1,000-man soul after 20 years of soul path cultivation. But by using Guts Gu, Fan Yuan could achieve it instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fan Yuan's soul foundation had almost reached 3,000,000-man soul. But after the tempering of Luopa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,000,000-man soul level. First, he used Guts Gu to strengthen his soul, then he cultivated in Luopa Valley, tempering his soul like steel, removing the impurities. Next, he went to sleep and calmed his soul, getting rid of all impatience. These 3 steps repeated over and over again, causing Fan Yuan's soul foundation to soar like a rocket. How long had it been? But he had already reached 1,000,000-man soul level. The speed of his improvement was truly terrifying. When he reached 100,000,000-man soul level, his soul would turn solid, turning from an ethereal body into a solid body. Thinking of the battle of Heaven's stirring mountain, when Spectral Soul's main body was majestic, Fan Yuan was extremely moved. There was another benefit of strengthening his soul foundation, that was Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This move could hide from the deductions of Providence and other Gu immortals. The stronger the soul foundation, the stronger it would be. At this moment, Fan Yuan could clearly feel that ghost official garment on his soul had become thicker, giving him an indescribable sense of security. If my soul foundation continues to grow, I will be able to control even more year beasts. I might even be able to control a second immemorial year beast. However, while I can focus on the soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth it. The reason was none other than Spectral Soul's main body had already been captured by the Celestial Court. He could not escape from soul searching. That was to say, in time, the Celestial Court would also obtain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At that time, it would be easy to break the killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After this cultivation session ended, Fan Yuan left Luopa Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya blessed land by Fan Yuan. Firstly, it was for convenience, and secondly, these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth expended a lot of heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river, adding these 2 would be too much of a burden. The moment he walked out of Luopa Valley, Fan Yuan saw a snowman girl. Chapter 1471. The sovereign immortal aperture was still filled with tranquility and tranquility. Because there were no obvious changes in the weather, there was no day or night, so tranquility was the main theme here. Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a level 1 blessed land. Blessed lands usually did not have any weather changes. Only when one reached the edge of advancing to a grotto heaven or formed a grotto heaven would the immortal aperture have weather changes. There were no weather changes, but the sovereign immortal aperture was not dead, it was alive and full of vitality. Kokitahara was cold, especially at the northern end, it was still snowy and empty. The annexed Han Dong blessed land was now a resource point for raising spirit snakes, managed by the pink spirit snake land spirit. Besides that, there was also the bone burial ground, which stored a large number of bone immortal materials. And at the southern end, Fan Yuan was planning to build a blood-red grassland, using blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation to house the pink flower rabbits, fox groups, wolf groups, and others. In Mini Central Continent, there was the Blood-Ji Forest and Mirror Willow Forest. They were unintentionally accumulated by Fan Yuan. He did not nurture them on purpose. They were not large in scale. There was also a Jade Light Pit, which contained some light path mortal goo. In Mini Western Desert, there were Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Beach, Rotten Black Swamp, Rotten Mud Swamp, and Black Dog Hill, the former Lu Yong blessed land that had the land spirit Black Curly Hair Dog. There was also a new mortal goo house, It was the mortal goo house Fan Yuan obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert, Corpse City. Most of the immortal materials inside were sold to Thousand Transformations' ancestors' will, there were very few left. Mini Eastern Sea was no longer shallow, it had a trace of an ocean's aura. Especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scales Sea Area and Wuyi Sea Area. The former was a large resource point that Fan Yuan spent a lot of money and effort to build in southern border. The latter was Wuyi Hai's blessed land, managed by the sea turtle land spirit for Fan Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beasts horned divine tortoises, an ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was also a blood lake. It was not big, it was created by Fan Yuan to repair blood asset immortal goo, it had been preserved ever since. The lake water of the blood lake was mixed with the blood of desolate beasts and goo immortals. Beneath the blood lake were many shallow seas. They had all been meticulously arranged by Fan Yuan and separated. There were air bubble fish, literature carp, black carp, blood jade carp, and so on. There was even an ancient desolate beast, the hidden room mussel, which Fan Yuan had seized from the East Sea. The reverse flow river, one of the mystery lands of heaven and earth, was temporarily left here by Fan Yuan. The lesser southern border was the region with the highest level of development. There were 5 Brilliance Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Dragon Formation Hill, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 nameless mountains. There were also the Coiling Thread Cavern and the Stalactite Cavern. A small number of stone men lived in the mountain forests and underground. In the vast primitive forests, there were musical trees, tea streams, chi-death birds, and so on, forming a strict and self-consistent ecosystem that was full of vitality. And in the lesser 9 heavens, lesser red heaven had a large number of year beasts, as well as that immemorial year monkey. In lesser orange heaven, Fan Yuan had been taking care of it recently. With the light shine fungi, the aurora light was expanding, and the number of flowing light fruits growing in the aurora light was increasing. Lesser yellow heaven was very vast, there was only a small segment of the gold fragment river. Lesser green heaven was empty, but Fan Yuan had once placed dream realms in it. Lesser azure heaven had pale azure incense, this was the food of change soul immortal goo, Fan Yuan had stored a batch here a long time ago. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool at the center of Lesser Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Lesser Blue Heaven was the most developed of the 9 heavens. There was a large amount of cloud soil inside, many star path resources were planted on it, like arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass field, meteorite pits, and a floating star fragment continent. This was Yilui Kun Xing's blessed land. It was annexed by Fan Yuan and managed by the Star Core Land Spirit. Oh, there was also an infant falling star hound, it was eating, drinking, and sleeping here. It was alone and very lonely, but if it was placed elsewhere, it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. After Fan Yuan took it in, he did not take care of it much. In Lesser Purple Heaven, there were eagle beasts in groups. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts among these eagles. During the Dream Realm battle, Fan Yuan did not hesitate to sell immortal goo to forcefully purchase them. They had once helped Fan Yuan by enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. They helped Fan Yuan get through the life and death crisis. They could not be hidden. Fan Yuan had once wanted to sell them, but he would not receive any immortal goo if he sold them. It would be equivalent to selling them at a loss. Coincidentally, he had seized over 80 eagle nests from Hay Tribe's headquarters. Even though they were not as high quality as the heavenly crystal eagle nest, they were suitable for these eagle beasts to live in. In the remaining 2 days, Lesser White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 remnant ancient heavenly dogs, and a large-scale multicolored overlord flower plantation. In Lesser Black Heaven, because there was no light and the environment was special, there were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees. Estimating the value of these assets, Fan Yuan could already compare with some rank 8 goo immortals. But compared to the entire immortal aperture, these resources were still very little. Why? Because the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was over 500 million km2 of space, but these resources only occupied a small portion of the immortal aperture. Looking at the entire sovereign immortal aperture, if the entire immortal aperture's space was used, it would be 100. Then Fang Yuan's current development was only around 3 points. 3% development. This was not a bad thing, it was a very good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled development prospects, but on the other hand, Fang Yuan was not sure when it would reach 100% development. This was definitely a very difficult and time-consuming super project. Since ancient times, Gu immortals had already come up with a set of standards to evaluate the development of an immortal aperture. It was divided into 7 levels. The first level was to create mortal-level resources. Produce mortal Gu materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were often based on scale. Mortals raised mortal Gu, they usually only had 5 or 6. Gu immortals raised millions or even tens of millions of mortal Gu. As for the year Gu that Fang Yuan had sold earlier, the number had already exceeded 100 million. The second level was to create immortal-level resources and produce immortal materials. The standard of success at this level was to allow the Gu immortal to feed their own immortal Gu and not let them starve to death. The third level was to create an ecosystem and raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, immortal beasts, and plants to trade or earn profits. From this standard, Fang Yuan was at the fourth level. Because he had many businesses that were doing well and earning huge profits. In fact, in the previous year Gu business, Fang Yuan used his strength to dominate the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. Those 3 failed giants were still in a corner. But from another perspective, I am still at the second layer, because the feeding of my immortal Gu has not reached a level of self-sufficiency. Fang Yuan had always been aware of this. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan had too many immortal Gu. There were 3 rank 8 Gu worms, Attitude, Wisdom Sword, and Years Flow Like Water. Rank 7 were Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year Gu, After, Divination Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Defense, Big, Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Famous Rain, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag, and others. The 6 transformations were Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength, Spring and Autumn Cicada, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Sun, Mystery Unravel, Vajra Thought, Fate, Chi Fate, Woman's Heart, Blood Capital, Transformation, Star Eyes, Perceivable Tao, Yellow Sand, Soul Cleansing, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Star Thought, etc. Among them, the last 4 were once in the hands of Fang Yuan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, they were taken away by Ing Wu Xia because of the soul swap. Fang Yuan had used special will to destroy a batch of them, but Ing Wu Xia had acted in time to save a batch. Among these, there were also some Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that Zishan Makoto had left behind, and some Time Path Immortal Gu that were used to construct graceful chaotic dual stage. Counting the number, it was already more than 50. What a shocking number! After all, most Gu immortals were desperately seeking immortal Gu. In the Gu immortal world, rank 6 Gu immortals were the most numerous, but most of them did not have a single immortal Gu. Rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals usually had 2 or 3 immortal Gu, and some even had 5 or 6. But there was a pattern. Rank 6 Gu immortals desperately sought rank 6 immortal Gu, rank 7 Gu immortals desperately sought rank 7 immortal Gu, rank 8 Gu immortals desperately sought rank 8 immortal Gu, and rank 9 venerables similarly sought rank 9 immortal Gu. What about Fang Yuan? Over 100 immortal Gu. There were rank 6, 7, and 8 immortal Gu. And this did not include the calamity beckoning Gu that was lent to Chu Du, the wisdom Gu that was placed in Langya Blessed Land, and the dark limit immortal Gu that was taken away by the celestial court. There was also the formation spirit. After all, it was formed from an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon, a person who had been reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the former pawn of Providence, the current leader of Shadow Sect, and the inheritor of countless true inheritances. Even though there were many obstacles and dangers along the way, and he was in desperate situations from time to time, it had to be said that the huge risks brought huge rewards. Fan Yuan was currently abnormally prosperous. Because of all the fortuitous encounters, he had the financial support of the fourth layer, but he still could not reach the standard of the second layer. Feeding immortal goo had always been a huge burden and problem for him. But thankfully, after working hard for so long, I finally see hope of solving this problem. The rank 9 wisdom goo has the land spirit of Langya as a spendthrift. The most difficult feeding of the 3 rank 8 immortal goo has already been solved. Next, I need to build up my foundation. I need to solve the feeding problem of rank 6 and 7 immortal goo, and become self-sufficient. Looking at it this way, the immortal Yuan stone that Fan Yuan had was not enough. Marriage with the snowmen? Fan Yuan pondered. When Shui brought the snow lotus essence, she also brought the intention of marriage with the snowman tribe. These mutants were very straightforward and direct. If I work hard to solve the feeding problem, it will take a long time. But with the help of the snowman tribe, the speed will be much faster. What I lack the most now is time. Marriage with the snowmen is not impossible. Chapter 1472. On Danghun Mountain, guts goo were everywhere. Fan Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while, it directly rose from the original 1 million man soul level to 5 million man soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Danghun Mountain and went to Luopa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. At million man soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man soul? Adding on the time needed to rest the soul and the time needed to produce guts goo, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Fan Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Goo. By then, Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage. Fan Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. After that, there would be 100 million man soul. Above 100 million man soul, there was an even higher level. Fan Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of guts goo, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of guts goo. Danghun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce guts goo. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts goo belonged to Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan was using this portion of guts goo to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But thankfully, the year goo business had made a huge profit. Fan Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fan Yuan calculated, it was not wise to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya, and change the share of guts goo on both sides. Because Fan Yuan still needed to rely on Langya sect, not only could he hide in Langya blessed land, he also needed to rely on Langya sect's goo refinement ability to help him refine goo. In the first batch of goo refinement plans, those 3 immortal goo were a huge help to Fan Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of goo refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal goo. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal goo. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Langya sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, it would mean that Fan Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But setting up missions for Langya sect to refine Immortal Goo has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fan Yuan used information path mortal goo to check on Langya Sect's missions. Undeniably, the current land spirit of Langya was far more suitable to manage Langya Sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Langya Sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Langya Sect had many missions, most of them were goo refinement missions set up by Fan Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Taichio. Ever since Langya Sect built the teleportation immortal formation, they had been exploring Taichio and excavating the vast amount of natural resources inside. This was Langya Sect's main goal now. But Taichio was a dangerous place. Ordinary goo immortals did not want to set foot in it. Even though it was rich in resources, there were ferocious beasts and strange trees. And Langya Sect's goo immortals, even though they were skilled in goo refinement, they were lacking in terms of fighting. Even though they had been working hard to improve themselves recently, there weren't many true combat experts among them. Thus, when they encountered strong beasts or plants, these hairy man goo immortals would have a hard time. The exploration of Taichio had not been smooth. Looking at these types of missions, thoughts flew in Fan Yuan's mind, colliding with each other. In a few breaths of time, he had chosen more than 10 missions with the highest value to performance ratio. At the next moment, he accepted all the missions that he had chosen. First, Supreme Elder. Fan Yuan used information path mortal goo to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya immediately knew of Fan Yuan's actions. He was very happy. Fan Yuan, with you, these missions will be easy to resolve. But Fan Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. I plan to send my subordinates to complete these missions for me. I think this is not against Langya Sect's rules, right? The land spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. When he set up the sect rules, he did not think of this. But after thinking about it, this was not a loophole in the sect rules. Because the goo immortals who accepted the missions could ask for help, why not? The land spirit of Langya could only say to Fan Yuan, "Then you have to guarantee that your subordinates will not do anything to harm Langya Sect." Fan Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with the land spirit of Langya, Fan Yuan started to send Shadow Sect members. Hey Luan, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, it would be a waste if these people were left idle. This time, they were put to good use. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, the biggest reason why she allied with Fan Yuan was because she wanted to regain her male body. Thus she wanted to refine the immortal level yin-yang rotation goo. But when she found out that Fan Yuan had to rely on Langya Sect to refine goo, she turned her attention to Langya Sect. Regrettably, Langya Sect did not trust Bai Ningbing, a stranger. Fan Yuan also obstructed the two sides from colluding, causing Bai Ningbing to have to rely on Fan Yuan. As Fan Yuan's ally, Fan Yuan did not have the authority to order her. But why would Fan Yuan waste her precious battle strength? After special communication with Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing trusted Fan Yuan. As long as she killed more fierce beasts and plants, the sect contribution points she would get from completing the mission for Fan Yuan would be accumulated by Fan Yuan and used to set up the sect mission to refine the immortal goo yin-yang rotation goo. Several days later. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Kokidahara. Large patches of round snowflakes were fluttering in the air. These special snowflakes were pure white and crystalline. They were the size of an adult's palm. This was a rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was condensed from heaven and earth. As long as the temperature was maintained to a certain degree, it would not melt. Moreover, it would float forever. Even if it fell to the ground, it would fly up into the air. Fan Yuan inspected it one last time. He did not find anything wrong, he thought. These days I have finally arranged the betrothal gifts for the Snowman tribe. This task can come to an end. Since the Snowman tribe wanted to form a marriage alliance with Fan Yuan, Shuai naturally would not come empty-handed. She brought a betrothal gift. The most important thing was the snow lotus essence. This was a unique immortal material of the Snowman tribe. It was extremely rare in jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan obtained a lot of it. he stored them all in Kokitahara. Wu Yao Shui had the second largest number of them. It was the food of a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu. Fan Yuan obtained this batch. It was enough to feed it 4 to 5 times. The difficulty of feeding a rank 6 immortal Gu was naturally very different from a rank 8 immortal Gu. This was a small surprise. At least Fan Yuan did not need to go to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy dancing snow. Other than that, there were some other resources that were not worth mentioning. Fan Yuan either sold them or kept them. They were all dealt with cleanly. This is still too little. If I had more resources, I would be able to develop my immortal aperture faster. Since the Snowman tribe wants to form a marriage alliance with me, just these betrothal gifts are not enough. Fan Yuan sneered internally. He swallowed all the betrothal gifts in one gulp, but he ignored the Snowman's request for a marriage alliance. After producing some guts goo, Fan Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation began to rapidly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other than soul path cultivation, he also used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a lot of killer moves that involved all paths in the world. He needed to modify the killer moves that could be used with his own immortal goo and mortal goo to activate them. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fan Yuan cultivated while Shadow Sect's members explored and fought in Taichio, while Sixth Hair and Land Spirit of Langia refined immortal goo for Fan Yuan. Everyone had their own matters. Shui gradually became the most anxious person. This great beauty of the Snowman tribe came with an important mission for the Snowman tribe, but Fan Yuan took all of her gifts. He did not even meet her once. He left her here, not caring about her at all. Shui asked to meet Fan Yuan many times, but she was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. There was a huge gap between them, and they were in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan rejected all of them. This way, Shui was not able to meet him. She felt extremely depressed. The worry and anger on her face became heavier every day. On this day, the Snowman tribe sent a letter to urge her, but Shui had hope. It turned out that the Snowman tribe saw that Shui did not make any progress and could not meet Fan Yuan. They had a private discussion. They came to a consensus. Since Fan Yuan accepted the betrothal gifts, he had the intention of a marriage alliance. But why did he not meet Shui? It was probably because the betrothal gifts were not enough to match his status. Thus, the Snowman tribe gathered another batch. This time, they sent it to Shui along with the letter. What is this? I, Shui, am a genius of the tribe. I have a great reputation. But this time, I want to form a marriage alliance with a human. I even need enough betrothal gifts. Not enough. I can't even meet him once. Shui was depressed. She came to meet Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan finally met her. Chapter 1473. Fan Yuan stared at Shui with a condescending gaze. Shui was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Her supple skin and full breasts would cause most men to stare fixedly at them. She was indeed the number one beauty of the Snowman tribe. But Fan Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not only was he unmoved, he even said, "Is this the sincerity of your Snowman tribe?" Shui could not understand Fan Yuan's meaning. She quickly said, "Lord Fan Yuan, please explain. You want to marry me with such meager gifts? Your tribe is too optimistic to be able to get the help of a rank 8 so easily. This is like a pie falling from the sky." Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Shui was stunned. Fan Yuan was so direct and honest, she could not accept it. After that, a strand of embarrassment and resentment surged into her heart. She was the outstanding talent of the Snowman tribe, the publicly recognized number one beauty. She brought such a huge gift and took the initiative to marry him. It was no different from offering herself to him. She was acting submissive. But to think that Fan Yuan was so arrogant, he did not care about her at all. He was greedy and felt that the Snowman gift was too meager. It could not show the sincerity of the Snowman tribe. How was it meager? The gifts were truly precious. They were all carefully selected from the Snowman tribe's treasury and given to Fan Yuan. Originally, Shui had a good impression of Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan was extremely talented. He had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that ordinary people could not achieve. But now, her impression of Fan Yuan had plummeted to the bottom. If it was the past, Shui would have left long ago. But now, she was not alone, she was shouldering the responsibility of the tribe's development. Shui breathed in deeply. She asked, Lord Fan Yuan, since you have already accepted 2 gifts, you should have high hopes for our marriage. If you are not satisfied with the gifts, you can ask for anything. I will bring the news back and let the elders in the clan discuss it. Fan Yuan had already prepared the list. He immediately took out an information path mortal goo and sent it to Shui. What's this? Snow's eyes widened in shock. Fan Yuan's appetite really shocked her. However, even though she was shocked, she was still very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open, causing her originally cold temperament to weaken greatly, revealing a lot of cuteness. It's not just this list, Fan Yuan added. Do you have any other requests? Snow's expression was ugly, and she was barely suppressing her anger. Who would have thought that Fan Yuan would be so calm? His skin was so thick that it surpassed the city walls? He said in a matter-of-fact tone. If you can fulfill my list, your sincerity is enough. But your sincerity is not enough. My sincerity? Fan Yuan raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to be my wife. Even though the Snowman tribe recommended you, whether you are qualified or not, you will need to pass my test. Test? Shui gritted her teeth. Lord Fan Yuan, please tell me. Fan Yuan pondered. Go to Taichio and search for souls for me. After you leave this place, someone will arrange things for you. Shui felt bitter internally. She was a genius. When had she ever received such cold treatment? But due to the heavy responsibility of the tribe, she could only nod and agree. Looking at Shui's departing figure, Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. With this arrangement, Shui's battle strength could be used. There would be another Gu immortal who could help Fan Yuan in his cultivation. But this was not the main point. What Fan Yuan wanted to do was to probe them. After receiving the second gift, he expressed his dissatisfaction. He wanted to test Shui and show his arrogance. He was testing the Snowman tribe's bottom line. Since they wanted a marriage alliance, how determined were they? One could say, the greater their determination, the greater the benefits Fan Yuan could extract from them. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry. The marriage alliance could not be decided with just a few words. Both sides were not familiar with each other. If Fan Yuan probed them, the Snowman tribe would do the same. But Fan Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained from this. The marriage alliance was not the main point. Fan Yuan quickly put it aside. He focused on his heavy cultivation. Soul path cultivation was one aspect, immortal aperture management was another. Other than that, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. Fan Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly the immortal killer move reverse flow protection seal. But Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to modify it. Even though this killer move was not safe against Celestial Court Gu immortals, Fan Yuan's current location was still safe. Not only was he far away in northern plains, he was also hiding in Langya Blessed Land. With the concealment of the ghost soldier garment, Celestial Court would not be able to find him in a short period of time. And there was another point: to modify reverse flow protection seal, it would take a long time, the effects would be slow. Fan Yuan thought about it. He decided to modify the wisdom path killer moves that Zishan Makoto had. Why did he choose these? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and outstanding. Secondly, Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was easy to modify them. Finally, Fan Yuan had a batch of wisdom path immortal Gu. They were gifts from Zishan Makoto before he died. Purple blood river formation, purple thought light protection, ignited thought flying rock, one thought flower bloom, purple thought insight starlight, direction confusion fog, thought defense, one thought 10,000 flow elimination, and so on. When Zishan Makoto was not in a good condition, he used these methods to resist Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the great master of Red Lotus, he had a huge origin, he had incredible battle strength, he was at the peak of rank 8. While Fan Yuan modified his killer moves, Ing Wuxia found Shui. You are Shui? Ing Wuxia asked. Shui looked at Ing Wuxia. She had a petite figure, she was like a young girl. Her skin was white as snow, she wore a green dress, there were 2 jade beads hanging on her ears. As they swayed, they gave off a green light. Ing Wuxia was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body, she was naturally beautiful. If not for this, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have taken in Fairy Chui Bo as his third concubine, he doted on her. Who is this beautiful female immortal? What is her relationship with Fan Yuan? The clan's information does not mention her, she is also a rank 7 Gu immortal. Shui had many questions in her mind, but she showed a smile on the surface. I am Shui. I wonder what this beautiful sister's name is. Ing Wuxia frowned. He was originally wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body, he was very excited. But as time passed, as a man, he felt uncomfortable. Not long ago, he asked Fan Yuan to change this body, even if it was a rank 6 body, he only needed to cultivate soul path. Don't call me sister. Just call me brother Wuxia. Ing Wuxia waved his hand. Let's go, I will bring you to Taichio to meet up with them. The test given to you by the sect master is to see who can obtain more high-quality souls in the same period of time. Yes. Shui quickly agreed, she had even more questions in her mind. She walked behind, looking at Ing Wuxia's back, thinking. This female immortal is so strange, she wants me to call her brother? The two left Lang a blessed land, using the Gu formation to teleport to Taichio. Once they entered Taichio, Shui became nervous. This was a famous dangerous place in northern plains. At the same time, she was somewhat uneasy about this test. After all, she only had rank 6 cultivation level. What she was most proud of was her investigative methods. Fly together with me, quick, quick! Time is precious, we need to cherish every moment and use it to cultivate. Continuous hard work and struggle, that is the true meaning of life. Ing Wuxia urged Shui on. He was filled with fighting spirit. This was the effect of immortal killer move soaring fighting spirits. Shui felt that Ing Wuxia was very strange, she felt that she could not judge a book by its cover, she was so beautiful but had such a desperate personality. It was unimaginable. But if we fly like this, isn't it too rash? Shui was worried, this was Taichio, there were many fierce beasts, danger was everywhere. If he were to fly around like that, he would undoubtedly become the most obvious target. Flying in the air, Shui was very nervous, she was afraid that a fierce beast would attack her. But after flying for a while, her worries did not come true. Moreover, the worry in her heart had dissipated a lot, and what replaced it was a secret shock. The area around the teleportation immortal formation has been cleared by Langya sect, they have complete control over it. They actually explored Taichio to such an extent. It seems that Langya sect's strength is beyond our estimation. Shui immediately transmitted this information to the Snowman tribe. There is a group of dragon elephants over there. Suddenly, Shui spoke. Ing Wuxia, who was traveling with her, looked at her in surprise, thinking that this woman was quite unique. Even with Ing Wuxia's methods, he was a few breaths later than Shui to discover that group of dragon elephants. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally stronger than Shui's, but Ing Wuxia's current body countered his investigative methods. This group of dragon elephants is something sect leader needs, let's go capture them first. Ing Wuxia changed his flying direction. Shui was not surprised, because she had seen Fan Yuan's list of gifts, there were indeed dragon elephants. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary. There were only 2 or 3 desolate-level dragon elephants. Ing Wuxia descended from the sky and used the Soul Path Immortal Killer move. A soul hull enveloped the entire dragon elephant group. In an instant, the dragon elephants fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Such an amazing method! Shui was shocked, she had a new question. She clearly has Wood Path aura, why is she using a Soul Path method? Ing Wuxia was most proficient in lead soul into dream. but the goo worms used to construct these killer moves were all kept by Fan Yuan. They were in his hands. Ing Wuxia was left with several soul path immortal goo. Therefore, Ing Wuxia's main method was the soul Dao. Ing Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he set off with Shui Er. A moment later they saw He Lulan. Another great beauty! Shui Er frowned, but her brows quickly smoothed out. She observed. Compared to Wuxia, this one only has rank 6 cultivation level, the same as me. Chapter 1474. Even though Shui Er was a rising star of the Snowman tribe, a genius, it was a fact that the Snowman tribe was lacking in resources. Shui Er was able to reach rank 6 at her age. This was already very good. But after interacting with Ing Wuxia, her cultivation level was still lower than rank 7. Even though Shui Er did not show it on the surface, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her emotions eased up a little. Hello, you can call me Shui Er. Shui Er greeted first. She felt that she should establish a good relationship with the people around Fan Yuan. Hello, you can call me Lulan. He Lulan smiled. Her gaze flickered as she sized up Shui Er discreetly. She was guessing. Snowman Goo immortal? Why is he approaching us? Fan Yuan, what is he trying to do? The Snowman tribe wanted to have a marriage alliance with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan only informed Ing Wuxia. He did not tell the other members. Thus, He Lulan only knew Fan Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect immortals to accept Shui Er, and in the future, they would help each other and explore Taichio. All right, since you know each other, we will leave first, Ing Wuxia said at this moment. She took out an information path goo worm and used a small method to find Fairy Meow Yin and Lady White Rabbit's location. Hey Lulan, do what you need to do, I will bring Shui Er to meet the others. Seeing Ing Wuxia and Shui Er leave, He Lulan had a thought. Her intuition told her that Shui Er had joined out of nowhere. Her motive was not simple. He Lulan had a ruthless nature. Even though she was forced to leave the alliance agreement and lose her freedom, the truth was, she wanted to escape Fan Yuan's control all the time. Freedom, who would not want it? Wait, I will go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boar, but I cannot find it. I might as well let Miaoyin help me, He Lulan said as she chased after them. Cher was very happy. She felt that she would be able to get closer to He Lulan. He Lulan also wanted to get information out of her, so she pretended to be polite and cordial. And so, Ing Wuxia took the lead to comprehend, while Shui Er and He Lulan walked behind him. Big Sister Lulan, it's really nice to meet you. Soon, Snow started addressing Lulan as Big Sister, her attitude very humble. This stupid woman! He Lulan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the imperial court, shouldering a blood feud and living under the shadow of her father He Qing. She was good at scheming. Compared to her, Shui Er had grown up among the snowmen, and her personality was much purer. He Lulan soon realized that Shui Er desperately wanted to know more about the Shadow Sect's immortals. She made use of Shui Er's mentality and said some valuable information, using the chance to get information out of her. Shui Er was wary of her, of course, but she could not match He Lulan's scheming. Just as she was about to be exposed, Ing Wuxia interrupted. Isn't that the sharp-tusked boar? He Lulan, you are quite lucky, you don't need to owe Miaoyin a favor this time. Following Ing Wuxia's finger, Shui Er saw an ancient desolate beast indeed. This sharp-tusked boar was huge and muscular. It was sleeping on the ground. It had an extraordinary aura. Shui's heart jumped. With her battle strength, she was not the sharp-tusked boar's match. Ing Wuxia was interrupted. He was angry, but he could not retort. He snorted coldly and charged at the sharp-tusked boar. Big Sister Lulan, be careful, Shui Er said with concern. She praised in her heart, this Big Sister Lulan that she had just met was really courageous. But she only had rank 6 cultivation level. How could she deal with the sharp-tusked boar? It seemed that she needed to rely on this fairy Chui bow. But the following scene made Shui Er completely dumbfounded. He Lulan's aura was even fiercer than the sharp-tusked boar's. When she fought, her aura changed completely. Flames burned around her. she had a terrifying aura that could burn heaven and earth. Rank 6 immortal goo, rank 7 immortal goo, so many immortal goo. Shue's eyelids twitched as she watched the battle. She realized how wealthy He Lulan was. He Lulan had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness inheritance and immortal goo. Fan Yuan did not take them from her. Because Fan Yuan had enough immortal goo, he might as well leave them with He Lulan and let her search for souls for him. Under He Lulan's fierce attacks, the sharp-tusked boar was first enraged, then it went into a frenzy. It finally lost and escaped in fear. Shue was shocked. He Lulan's battle strength was already at rank 7, this was out of Shue's expectations. Big Sister Lulan is so strong! Her immortal killer moves are extremely powerful, they are extremely powerful. However, she clearly has strength path aura. Why is she using fire path methods? She was shocked but also confused. Shue could not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now, this He Lulan was clearly a strength path goo immortal, but she used fire path. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lulan stored the sharp-tusked boar's corpse. She would not let go of the ancient desolate soul either. Big Sister Lulan, you are amazing! Shue looked at He Lulan with shock. He Lulan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 cultivation level, but your battle strength has reached rank 7. This is not something ordinary goo immortals can achieve. Shue quickly waved her hand. He Lulan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing. In our shadow sect, I am very ordinary. Shue heard He Lulan's reply and her heart shook. He Lulan, you will understand when you see them. Let's go. He Lulan had already completed her mission, but she did not return. She decided to go with Shue to find the other shadow sect goo immortals. After a while, they successfully met up with Fairy Meow Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level. She did not have He Lulan's battle strength. It was too dangerous for her to explore Tai Chio alone. Thus, Fan Yuan arranged for Fairy Meow Yin to team up with her. Of course, when Black Tigress appears, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, White Rabbit's Black Tigress state was not stable. It could not last for long. It had its drawbacks. Hello, Shue. Fairy Meow Yin smiled warmly. You are a snowman goo immortal? This is the first time, I have seen you. Lady White Rabbit said softly. What is going on? Shue was bewildered and depressed. Fairy Meow Yin was a publicly recognized beauty in Southern Border's goo immortal world. She had a curvaceous body, she was extremely charming, she wore a pink dress, she was extremely beautiful. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had snow-white skin, her eyes were large and pure, she had no flaws or impurities. Her aura was different from Fairy Meow Yin's. Even Shue felt that she was cute at first glance. She had a feeling of trusting and cherishing her. Shue inspected carefully. She found that Fairy Meow Yin had rank 7 cultivation level, while Lady White Rabbit was rank 6, similar to her. But after experiencing He Lulan's matter, Shue did not dare to treat Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 goo immortal anymore. The goo immortals conversed for a while. They were all very passionate towards Shue, but they were also curious about her. Shue kept her mouth shut. It was not that she suddenly became scheming, but there were so many people, and they were all beauties. Shue felt immense pressure. What was she doing here? She was going to marry Fan Yuan. Now, she was going to say that she wanted to become Fan Yuan's wife in front of so many beauties. Wasn't this a little provocative? Wasn't this shamelessly boasting? At the same time, a question was pressing down on Shue's mind like a mountain. What is the relationship between these female immortals and Fan Yuan? Actually, Fan Yuan's relationship with them was very simple and pure. But Shue was an outsider. This was her first time interacting with them. She could not help but think wrongly. This was not strange. This was human nature. Alright, you have already gotten to know all of the goo immortals of Shadow Sect. Other than us, there is one more person who is special. Ing Wuxia said. Special? Shui'er's heart tightened. She wanted to ask, does it mean that this Gu immortal has a special relationship with Fan Yuan? Is it a man or a woman? But Shui'er did not ask directly, because Ing Wuxia continued to speak. This person is Bai Ningbing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but we are close. She is our ally. She has fought alongside us before, even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level. Among us, she should be the one with the strongest battle strength. When he said the last sentence, Ing Wuxia hesitated for a moment. But the other Gu immortals did not object. He Lulan's battle strength was weaker than Bai Ningbing. After all, the great strength true martial physique was not compatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lulan. There was no need to talk about Lady White Rabbit. After turning into Black Tigress, she was ruthless but lacked methods. Originally, Ing Wuxia had the highest battle strength, but his killer move Lead Soul into Dream had already been taken away by Fan Yuan along with his immortal Gu. Thus, Bai Ningbing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Stronger than Sister Lulan? Shui'er could not believe it. He Lulan said, my battle strength is only average here. Shui'er stared with wide eyes, thinking, oh my heavens, why are there so many freaks here? She has rank 6 cultivation level but has the strongest battle strength. Who exactly was this person? Just how talented are they? We will lead you there now. I told you so much in advance so that you can pay attention. After all, her relationship with us is different. Ing Wuxia continued to lead the way. Soon, they got close to Bai Ningbing. Boom, boom, boom. The deities heard a loud explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. Roar! Next, the immortals heard an earth-shattering scream. It was like the sound of a dying beast. This is... When the immortals arrived, Shui'er was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was standing alone in the battlefield. Around her was a circle of ancient desolate beasts. You came at the right time, I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped Bai Xiang's killer move and arrived in front of the immortals. Shui'er's body shook intensely. So beautiful! Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura could shake one's soul. Even Shui'er, a proud daughter of the heavens, was stunned by her beauty. She couldn't help but think to herself, there's actually such a beauty in this world? If she knew that Bai Ningbing had turned from male to female, who knew how she would feel? Chapter 1475. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Lanya blessed land, cloud cover continent. Fan Yuan was alone in the vast area of cloud soil. Breathing in deeply, he calmed his mind and started to activate his immortal killer move. Ignited thought flying rock. Fan Yuan thought to himself. His eyes immediately began to flicker with a glassy purple light. Then, thoughts began to surge in his mind, and pebbles suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. These small rocks seemed to have been burned red, but they did not have any heat. Go! Fan Yuan willed, the floating rocks on his body flew out. The rocks flew in the air, piercing through the air, but there was no sound. At the same time, the small rocks expanded rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. At first, they were the size of a finger, but in the blink of an eye, they became the size of a basin. Next, they expanded to the size of a horse carriage. The small rocks turned into giant rocks, and at the same time, the surface of the rocks started to burn with red flames. There were thousands of giant rocks, and at once, half of the sky was dyed red. Next, the giant rocks smashed on the surface of the cloud soil, creating a huge flame, but there was no heat, there was not even a sound of explosion. These were not true giant rocks, they looked like that on the surface, but were actually formed from thoughts. This was one of Zishan Makoto's main attacks, ignited thought flying rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. It also had a combo move called One Thought Flower Bloom. After the fiery boulder exploded once, Fan Yuan stretched out his right index finger and lightly pointed. Immediately, the fire demons were extinguished, and from the craters that were created by the impact, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Countless bright flowers rose up, competing with each other in beauty. Flowers bloomed brilliantly, instantly transforming the surrounding 100 acres of land into a vast field of colorful flowers. It is a pity that the target is not a goo immortal. It is just cloud soil without thoughts. These flowers are only beautiful, they have no effect. Fan Yuan willed, and in an instant, the flowers that filled his vision vanished. Fan Yuan's body shook slightly. Immortal killer move. One thought myriad splits. Instantly, the illusions around him were reborn. At first, there were only a few dozen purple light phantoms. But after a few breaths, the number of purple light phantoms had increased to a terrifying scale of nearly 100,000. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's true body was hidden inside. Without a powerful investigative killer move, it was impossible to discover him. This move was actually very similar to one of Fan Yuan's previous tactics. Fan Yuan would first use Myriad Self, then use Familiar Face to transform into one of the Strength Path Phantoms, hiding his true body so that no one would be able to identify him. The advantage of Zishan Makoto's move was that it was just a simple move, but its effect was comparable to Fan Yuan's two moves, Myriad Self and Familiar Face. Therefore, the consumption of immortal essence was slightly less. There was another advantage: the number of purple light phantoms grew faster than the strength path phantoms. However, the weakness of these purple phantoms was that they had no offensive power. They were purely camouflaged to confuse the enemy. As for the strength path phantoms, they had offensive capabilities. Fan Yuan dispelled one thought myriad splits and pushed with his palms, pushing out a large amount of clouds and mist. This was the immortal killer move Directional Confusion Fog. It could make goo immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fan Yuan tried to activate Hidden Force Thought Defense, One Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and other moves. He was very familiar with them and succeeded in activating them. He placed his focus on the last move. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complicated to activate, but its effect was quite mystical and powerful. It could gather the profundities of the enemy's immortal killer move with each attack, and send the information back to Fan Yuan's mind. Once the information was gathered to a certain extent, Fan Yuan could use wisdom path methods to research the killer move to deal with the enemy during battle. Then, the immortal killer move split will would be activated to break the enemy's method and obtain victory. Fan Yuan tried to activate it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed complicated. Fan Yuan tried it 3 times before finally succeeding. During the process, he suffered some injuries. With man as before immortal goo, Fan Yuan was not afraid of these minor injuries. After these days of continuous practice, I have almost grasped all of Zishan Makoto's methods. Fan Yuan evaluated in his mind. Right now, it had already been half a month since Shuer came to find him. These days, Fan Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path and strengthened his soul foundation. Right now, he already had a 10 million level human soul. His immortal apertures management was going according to plan. Other than that, he practiced killer moves. Killer moves needed practice. Because every time a killer move was activated, there was a risk. If the activation failed, it would harm the user instead. Fan Yuan had countless inheritances. He had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were immortal goo. Fan Yuan first decided to practice Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer move. Zishan Makoto was the purple of the first generation split soul. His methods could match Duke Long's. He was naturally very impressive. Furthermore, before he died, he gave all of his remaining Wisdom Path immortal goo to Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan had the foundation to use Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move. Of course, Zishan Makoto's immortal goo were not comprehensive. There were many flaws. This was not important to Fan Yuan. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The key was the Light of Wisdom. Fan Yuan could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, most of the Wisdom Path killer moves he used had been modified to some extent. After this practice, Fan Yuan went to the Wisdom Goo's location again. He sat cross-legged beside Wisdom Goo, bathed in the light of wisdom. He started to ponder and summarize his experience from this practice. After every practice, he would summarize and modify the killer move according to his own experience. Many killer moves were created based on the Gu Immortal's own experience, habits, temperament, and many other factors. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as familiar and easy to use as Fan Yuan's own myriad self and strength path giant hand. Thus, Fan Yuan had to modify them continuously. After a while, Fan Yuan finished thinking. He did not modify Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move. These last days, I have been practicing and fine-tuning the killer move. I have finally reached a stage where I can no longer modify it. Only when I make huge progress in wisdom path in the future can I continue to modify it. Understanding this, Fan Yuan did not force it. His deduction today was not on this, it was to complete the deduction of the immortal killer move, strenuous strength. Originally, Fan Yuan had an immortal Gu, strenuous strength. It could expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu and increase his strength path Dao marks. It was a pity that such an immortal Gu was destroyed. But it was not important, all paths led to the same goal. Fan Yuan had so many immortal Gu, and with the light of wisdom's help, he could quickly deduce the immortal killer move strenuous strength. With this immortal killer move, it could completely replace the effect of strenuous strength immortal Gu. Deduction success! About 15 minutes later, Fan Yuan left Wisdom Gu with a satisfied result. The deduction of the immortal killer move strenuous strength had started 6 days ago, but it had finally succeeded today. This rank 6 immortal killer move used Snack Immortal Gu as the core, with other strength path immortal Gu as support. By expending strength path immortal materials, it could increase the Gu Immortal's strength path Dao marks. The effect of one cultivation session was much better than the rank 6 immortal Gu, strenuous strength. But it expended a lot of immortal essence. Because it involved too many Gu worms, it was not as convenient as activating a single strenuous strength immortal Gu. All in all, there were pros and cons. In the following days, other than consolidating Zishan Makoto's wisdom path killer moves, Fan Yuan used strenuous strength to increase his strength path Dao marks. He had the most transformation path Dao marks now. He had close to 50,000. Next were ice and snow path, luck path, chi path, and sound path. He had more than 10,000. He had very little strength path. Fan Yuan had not undergone strength path tribulations. The immortal apertures that he annexed also did not cultivate strength path. This time, he focused on this aspect. The reason why he chose strength path was because Fan Yuan had considered it deeply. Right now, his strongest means were the reverse current protection seal and the myriad dragons. The former was for defense, while the latter was for offense. Both were related to strength path, thus, increasing strength path Dao marks would greatly increase the upper limit of Fan Yuan's battle strength. As for those Zishan Makoto's wisdom path killer moves that he cultivated, they were mainly used to enrich Fan Yuan's methods. The true deciding factor of Fan Yuan's battle strength was reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan cultivated diligently, he squeezed his time to the limit, every minute and second was used to its fullest. Such a safe environment was hard to come by. Since rebirth, Fan Yuan finally had such a good opportunity to develop his strength and accumulate his foundation. Immortal aperture management, killer move practice, soul path cultivation, and other aspects, Fan Yuan had a brand new look almost every day. His speed of improvement was unheard of, even the land spirit of Langia was secretly shocked. This was what the Celestial Court had predicted. After obtaining Shadow Sex inheritance, Fan Yuan's foundation had reached an unimaginable level. Now that it burst out, his strength would surge. Ever since Shui'er came into contact with the Shadow Sect members, she had been working hard and being obedient. Even though she had low battle strength, she had great investigative skills. She cooperated with the other Shadow Sect members to explore Taichio for Fan Yuan. She obtained many souls. Fan Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shui'er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity. But some Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Fan Yuan was too high. it was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Langya Sect's exploration of Taichio became much faster. This made the land spirit of Langya extremely happy. The more he looked at Fan Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Fan Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya teleported and appeared in front of Fan Yuan. Chapter 1476. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Roar! A thunderous explosion resounded in the ears of the hairy man-goo immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head that was the size of a hill came crashing down. A huge shadow fell on the immortals. Even before it arrived, air currents were surging, the ferocious aura made them shiver, they could not resist it. We are finished! The three hairy man-goo immortals were sweating profusely, one of them even fell to the ground. Seeing that the three of them were about to die, at this moment, the three hairy men heard a cold voice. Trash! Despite such insults, the three hairy man-goo immortals were overjoyed. They shouted together. We are here! Fairy Ning Bing, save us! At the moment of danger, a white figure flew over. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She snorted coldly, raising her hands. Crack! At the next moment, a huge ice wall rose up, blocking the three hairy man-goo immortals. Bam! In just a breath of time, the huge dragon head crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take the impact, it shattered. But Bai Ning Bing had already pulled the three hairy man-goo immortals back, pulling some distance between them. At the same time, a cold light shot out from her eyes, shining on the dragon head. The ferocious dragon head was soon covered in a thin layer of frost. Its speed fell by a lot. Bai Ning Bing let out a sigh of relief internally. In that split second, she had already determined that the dragon head in front of her was only a rank 7. With her battle strength, it was more than enough to deal with him. But the immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon has 10,000 dragon heads. I can deal with this dragon head, but if the other dragon heads join in, I will not be able to deal with them. I will not be able to deal with so many. Bai Ning Bing looked at the sky, frowning. This was not the normal world of Taichio, it was a dark formation path space. The myriad head coiling dragon was a formation path immemorial desolate beast. It could create a formation path space. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that could enter grotto heavens, this was an innate ability of immemorial desolate beasts. I need to leave this place quickly and return to the outside world. I hoping Wu Xie and the rest can stall it. At this moment, outside of Taichio, He Lulan and the rest were flying in the sky, facing the hundreds of dragons on the ground. They were using their abilities, throwing all kinds of killer moves at them. The scene was spectacular. The green giant grass on Taichio was as tall as a tree. They grew densely like a forest. In the giant grass, there were hundreds of dragons. Some were covered in golden scales, some had horns on their foreheads, some had 3 dragon pupils, and some had sharp teeth. They were of all different shapes and sizes. Its body swayed as it stood upright, its height far exceeding that of the giant grass. These were all part of the head of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. Their tails pierced deep into the ground, and the 10,000 dragon bodies originated from one body. Meanwhile, He Lulan and the others were circling in the sky like eagles, continuously launching all kinds of killer moves, dazzling like fireworks. The long dragons roared. They weren't passively taking a beating, but were continuously counterattacking. Most of them were spitting out dragon breath, some were spitting out poisonous mist, and some were shooting out light from their eyes. Not counting the dragon head that went to deal with Bai Ning Bing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are all rank 6. We haven't found any wild immortal goo yet, but we need to be careful. Don't get close, we might get dragged into the formation path world of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest were conversing as they fought. Land Spirit of Langya asked Fan Yuan for help. Fan Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards. He was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langya sect. He could not ignore this, otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Fan Yuan rushed over, he ordered Ing Wuxie and the rest to save them first, and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense. It did not last for long, but Ing Wuxie and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up. We will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Taichio. It is far from the teleportation immortal formation. It will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up. It broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Ing Wuxie thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shui'er, "Retreat, we will provide support from afar." Shui'er only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was already shaken, she could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to He Lulan and the rest. She did not try to be brave, she pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. "Is it good for us to retreat like this?" Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shui'er rolled her eyes. "Let's listen to Fairy Wuxie. With our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them." The immortals held on for a while longer. More and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared. He Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad-head coiling dragons were very special. Once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves, they could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, He Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again. They could not resist them. "Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ningbing is not out yet, she might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape." He Lulan and the rest were right. Bai Ningbing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy Mangu immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping, it had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. "Damn it, what should we do?" While the immortals were hesitating, Ing Wuxie ordered, "Retreat." They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8 Gu immortals? They could only retreat and abandon Bai Ningbing and the 3 hairy Mangu immortals. At this moment, the immemorial dragon head opened its mouth and inhaled. In an instant, the world changed. Ing Wuxie and the rest could not resist at all. They were all dragged into the formation path space. "Immemorial dragon head!" Bai Ningbing's expression was shaken. She looked at Ing Wuxie and the rest, asking with a frown, "Where is Fan Yuan?" Ing Wuxie and the rest could only smile bitterly. Thankfully, after the immemorial dragon head trapped the Shadow Sector mortals, it did not attack again. The dragon image faded away. In a few breaths of time, it vanished from the formation path space. It had rank 8 battle strength. In its eyes, rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were insignificant. They were not worthy of it fighting. It left this battle to the other dragon heads. Thus, more than 1,000 dragon heads appeared around the Shadow Sector mortals. Ing Wuxie and the rest fell into a tough battle. The current situation was different from before. These dragon heads could move freely in the formation path space. They could suddenly appear and disappear. The awkward situation of having to defend themselves earlier was gone. The immortals tried for a while but found that they could not break out of this formation path space. They could only unite and help each other, fighting to the death. In this dangerous battle, the immortals soon suffered injuries. The 3 hairy Mangu immortals, Shui'er, and Lady White Rabbit were surrounded by danger. Gradually, the Shadow Sector mortals could not take care of the weaker ones. A hairy Mangu immortal was the first to die. Shui'er cried out in shock. She could not retreat in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. "To think that I am going to die here!" Shui'er could not defend herself. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Right at this time, a black figure grabbed her and charged out of the encirclement. "What are you doing? I had to come and save you again." The pressure of survival caused Lady White Rabbit to transform into Black Tigress. It was she who saved Shui-Er. Shui-Er was stunned. You are Lady White Rabbit? I am not a weakling like you." Black Tigress smiled coldly, looking at Shui-Er in disdain. Shui-Er was speechless. She finally understood. Fan Yuan's subordinates, the members of the Shadow Sect, were all freaks. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the situation stabilized. But good times did not last long. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon started to display its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only hold on. There was no way to escape. They could only place their hopes on Fan Yuan. But when would Fan Yuan arrive? According to the time of the battle, Fan Yuan should have arrived long ago. But soon, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals found that this formation path space contained time path components. There was a difference in the flow of time compared to the outside world. This discovery was like a huge rock that pressed down on the Gu immortals' hearts. However, gradually Ying Wuxia and the rest found that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space started to decrease. The pressure on them gradually lessened, and they stabilized their precarious situation. "Fan Yuan must be here!" Realizing this, the immortals' morale rose. But Shui-Er could not help but feel worried. "I wonder how the battle outside is. Even though Fan Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this myriad head coiling dragon?" Just as she was thinking about this, the formation path space broke. Everyone returned to Taichio heaven and earth. Ah! Seeing this, Shui-Er could not help but gasp in shock. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Countless dragon corpses fell to the ground. The surrounding area had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That immemorial dragon head continued to howl. It did not have any of its previous glory. As for Fan Yuan, he was everywhere. Thought myriad transformations. Ying Wuxia sighed. He recognized the immortal killer move that Fan Yuan was using. Fan Yuan's true body was hidden among the countless phantoms. That immemorial dragon head could not find out where Fan Yuan's main body was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks landed on the myriad head coiling dragon's body. A large number of dragon heads fell to the ground. They wanted to get up, but the moment they thought of it, they were burned by the fire. Thought flower bloom. Fan Yuan had a thought. Immediately, the dragon heads and bodies that fell to the ground were covered in all sorts of beautiful flowers. They felt their strength being sucked away. The powerful dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were like fuel that fueled the fire in their minds. These attacks completely destroyed the battle strength of the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They were sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a fierce aura, but it could not find Fan Yuan's main body. It could not display its battle strength. This is the power of a wisdom path killer move. This shows how powerful Zishan Makoto was in the past. Fan Yuan thought to himself. At this time, the immemorial dragon head saw Ying Wuxia and the rest. It immediately pounced towards them. The 2 remaining hairy man Gu immortals could not help but scream in pain. Fan Yuan revealed his main body, blocking the dragon head's path. "Be careful!" Shui-Er shouted, looking at the immemorial dragon head colliding with Fan Yuan's body with a fearful expression. A huge force surged. Fan Yuan was sent flying, but he quickly flew back. Instead, the immemorial dragon head was bleeding from the collision. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal made celestial quartz Gu immortals helpless against it. Its mystical power was no joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect immortals retreated to a safe distance. Without any worries, Fan Yuan fought with the immemorial dragon head. So strong! Shui-Er's heart was pounding. She personally witnessed how Fan Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head. Chapter 1477. Genius in 1 second, remember to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. We are saved! Elder Fan Yuan is invincible! The two hairy man-gu immortals saw that Fan Yuan defeated the myriad-head coiling dragon as they cheered, expressing the joy of surviving. The Shadow Sect immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Ing Wu Xie had a look of reminiscence. Seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he could not help but think about the sacrificed Purple Mountain true monarch. He Luan was silent. The stronger Fan Yuan was, the smaller her hopes of escaping. Shuer blinked. Her mind was shaken as she looked at the messy battlefield. At once, she understood why the tribe did everything they could to form a marriage alliance with Fan Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength. A Gu immortal with rank 8 battle strength is not someone ordinary immemorial desolate beast can deal with. Because humans are spirits of heaven and earth, they have intelligence and can use countless immortal killer moves. Getting married to this man, even if it is just this relationship, our tribe will not be bullied by the Rockmen. If we can get some help from him, our tribe will definitely rise and prosper. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan stared at the dragon corpses on the ground, as well as the collapsed dragon head, evaluating his gains and losses. Immemorial Desolate Beast had rank 8 battle strength, but even among them, there were differences in strength. This myriad-head coiling dragon was one of the weaker Immemorial Desolate Beasts. It was not in a good state. It had just woken up from its slumber, and was countered by Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path killer move. If Fan Yuan used other methods and charged forward, it might take some effort. But if he used Ignited Thought and Flying Rocks, it would be very effective. How should I deal with this myriad-head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, this beast has fallen to ancient level. But its foundation is still there. In time, another ancient dragon head will grow to immemorial level. This kind of formation path immemorial desolate beast was rare. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in the process of construction. Fan Yuan's first thought was to put this myriad-head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. Unfortunately, once the myriad coiling dragon landed on the ground, it could not be moved. Not only did it go deep underground, but it was also connected to the veins of the earth, absorbing nutrients from the veins of the earth to grow. Love goes small, say net. Chu therefore, digging up the surrounding land was equivalent to cutting off the connection between the 10,000-head coiling dragon and the earth veins. This would directly kill it. Ordinary Gu immortals might be helpless, but Fan Yuan had a way. Be it the legacy of the Shadow Sect or the Langya Sect, they had recorded several methods to move the myriad-headed coiling dragon away. However, Fan Yuan thought for a moment, and gave up on this tempting idea. The reason was simple: these methods required immortal Gu that Fan Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom to deduce and modify the related methods, he would expend a huge amount of resources and effort. It was not worth it just for this immemorial desolate beast. But if he killed it and took its body parts to sell as immortal materials, it would be a waste. After all, this was a living immemorial desolate beast. It was much more valuable than a dead one. Thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. He immediately thought of the best way to deal with it: Langya Sect. He was just about to contact the land spirit of Langya when the land spirit of Langya contacted him through information path Mortal Gu. The land spirit of Langya was very happy. Fan Yuan was able to defeat the immemorial desolate beast and save the two hairy man Gu immortals. He was here to thank Fan Yuan. His tone was very warm. Fan Yuan smiled silently. The situation of rank 8 Gu immortals was different. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s ruled. Every rank 8 Gu immortal's actions had a huge influence. Even though Fan Yuan did not have rank 8 cultivation level and only had rank 8 battle strength, he could be considered a quasi-rank 8. He could already feel the power of rank 8. Fan Yuan said to the land spirit of Langya, "This myriad-head coiling dragon is still alive. It will definitely grow an immemorial dragon head in the future. I plan to give this immemorial desolate beast to Langya Sect, first Supreme Elder. How many sect contribution points can I get?" The land spirit of Langya was stunned before shouting, "Good idea!" Langya Sect explored Taichio, using the immemorial desolate beast's corpse to create a teleportation immortal formation. This was a base. Through this base, they could expand outwards, exploring Taichio and plundering natural resources. But in the huge Taichio, a small base was not enough. Like this time, because it was too far away, it was not convenient to rescue them. This myriad-head coiling dragon is a natural immortal formation. We do not need to construct it. As long as we subdue it, we can use it as our second base. As for sect contribution points, the land spirit of Langya thought for a while before giving a number that satisfied Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had refined immortal goo earlier, causing his contribution points in Langya's sect to shrink. Now that he was replenished, he could continue refining goo for some time. Right now, Fan Yuan's goo refinement mission had only one goal: Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. After dealing with the loot, Fan Yuan led the immortals back in triumph. The Shadow Sect immortals all had injuries. Among them, He Lulan had the most severe injuries. Even though fire path methods were exquisite, they were not suitable for her great strength true martial physique. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan also needed to develop his strength path. This was a contradiction. Fan Yuan had to satisfy his own needs first, before raising the strength of the Shadow Sect immortals. After all, the Celestial Court was too powerful. Borrowing their strength was an effective method for Fan Yuan to obtain victory. However, I can modify her fire path killer moves to make them more suitable for her. Or I can modify some of those strength path immortal killer moves and give them to her. Fan Yuan thought about it. He Lulan was very loyal, because of the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement. In Fan Yuan's heart, he was more assured in her compared to Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. At the same time, Fan Yuan had another method to restrict He Lulan. That was her enemy and father, He Qing. This huge trump card had always been in Fan Yuan's hands. He Lulan was kept in the dark. I can nurture He Lulan a little. Modifying these killer moves is very easy. I don't need to spend much time and effort. It is something I can do. Thus, in the next few days, the Shadow Sect immortals recovered. He Lulan's injuries also healed. She only had light injuries left. Fan Yuan handed Star Eyes Immortal Goo to her, letting her use Star Eyes Immortal Goo to refine the star. The star that Fan Yuan chose was huge. When Fan Yuan was in southern border, he disguised as Wu Yihai. There were too many people, he could not refine the star easily. There was little progress in this aspect. It had been delayed until now. Fan Yuan did not have time and energy to waste on this. Thus, he handed Star Eyes Immortal Goo to He Lulan, lending her time and effort to help Fan Yuan refine the star. Star Eyes Immortal Goo would be put to use. When He Lulan succeeded, Fan Yuan would give her the modified Immortal Killer move as a reward. Fan Yuan had created an organization in his previous life. He had some experience. If he wanted to promote someone, he could not directly promote them or give them random rewards. Breaking the rules was a huge damage to the organization itself. Therefore, any promotion or demotion must be based on a suitable reason. If there was no suitable reason, he had to create one. Fan Yuan was very familiar with this. The matter of myriad-head coiling dragon made Fan Yuan realize the Shadow Sect immortals needed to get stronger. The stronger they were, the more help they could provide to Fan Yuan. However, the most important thing now was still Fan Yuan's own improvement. The most reliable person was himself. A truly mature person would never rely on others to help him in times of need. The Shadow Sect immortals were just icing on the cake for Fan Yuan. After returning to his Cloud City, Fan Yuan took out a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal material. Next, he activated the Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. In an instant, this pure Strength Path Immortal material melted. A small portion of the Strength Path Dao marks in the Immortal material was transferred to Fan Yuan. Using perceivable Dao Immortal Goo to measure it, the increase in Strength Path Dao marks was not much. Fan Yuan was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. The main way for Goo immortals to increase Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. For Fan Yuan, he had an additional way to annex apertures. As for each strength killer move, it could only be accumulated over a long period of time to see its effects. Thus, when he dealt with myriad-head coiling dragon, even though his strength path Dao marks increased, there was no obvious effect on his battle strength. However, if I refine Snack Immortal Goo into rank 7 Great Eat and modify Eat Strength Killer move, the increase in strength path Dao marks will increase qualitatively. This thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind before vanishing. It was tempting to refine Snack Immortal Goo into Great Eat Immortal Goo, but currently it was not suitable. Refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was his main goal. Secondly, Fan Yuan had been developing his immortal aperture and constructing his foundation to satisfy the needs of a large number of immortal goo. Especially the latter, it used up almost all of Fan Yuan's financial resources. How long had it been? His 10 million immortal yuan stone storage had shrunk drastically. But despite the huge investment, Fan Yuan's gains were also huge. The basic construction was already mostly completed. My soul foundation is already at 10 million man soul. I will continue cultivating like this. In terms of killer moves, Zishan Makoto has already grasped his wisdom path killer move. Next, I will modify Bo Qing's sword path killer move. In terms of wisdom path, Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level. He also had wisdom path immortal goo. He had priority over them. In terms of sword path, even though he had several sword path immortal goo, Fan Yuan's attainment level was not high enough, they were secondary. In terms of soul path, not only was his attainment level lacking, he also lacked immortal goo. He only had rank 7 changed soul and rank 6 cleansed soul. Thus, his position was high again. Fan Yuan had already planned everything out. While modifying Bo Qing's sword path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that I need to complete the basic construction. My finances are in danger. Fan Yuan had some misgivings, but to think that 3 days later, the snowman would send the third gift. The third betrothal gift was also the heaviest among all the betrothal gifts. Chapter 1478. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern border. Light rain fell, cold winds blew, the lush mountain range was calm and peaceful under the dusky evening. On a nameless mountain peak, there was a huge pine tree with a canopy that resembled a pavilion. It had been 6 years since it germinated and grew. Soon, in another hour, I will be able to refine the rank 7 pine needle immortal goo. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded immortal Jingqing was looking forward to it. He was a wood path goo immortal. He was using the wood refinement method in this goo refinement. Even though it took a long time, he used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method, thus the success rate was very high. Jingqing was originally immortal. He was chopping firewood on a mountain when he fell down a cliff and was supported by a towering lotus in the valley. By chance, Jingqing inherited a wood path inheritance left behind by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After hard work, he became a goo immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. In a few hundred years, he reached rank 7 realm. He had a calm nature, undeniably. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was very suitable for him. In this goo refinement, he turned into a pine tree and stayed there for 6 years. He cultivated in seclusion without stopping, regardless of the changes in the outside world. Rumble. Right at this time, from deep underground, there was a deep rumbling sound. It was like the roar of countless monsters. What's going on? Jingqing heard the sound and became vigilant. This doesn't make sense. My goo refinement method originates from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Be it the process or the end of the goo refinement, they are all derived naturally. It is profound and mysterious. It cannot be leaked. Thus, it is unlikely that someone will come to snatch it. Wait. Jingqing was puzzled at first, but soon, he had a thought. He thought of an answer. A few months ago, he had also experienced such a strange phenomenon. That time, the earth shook. It was like an unprecedented giant python had flipped its body in the depths of the earth. Even though it did not have much effect, it gave Jingqing a fright. Afterwards, Jingqing communicated with jewel yellow skies and learned that a huge earthquake had occurred. It was of an unprecedented scale. It covered the whole of southern border. Is it going to be the same this time? Jingqing's guess was soon verified. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. It was still an earthquake this time. However, the scale was beyond Jingqing's expectations. Rumble. The terrifying earthquake seemed to want to devour everything. Heaven and earth shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. A huge ravine was formed, stretching for thousands of miles. Xingqing was very unfortunate. The nameless hill he was on was being swallowed by the ravine. The small mountain collapsed. Xingqing still wanted to persist, but he had reached his limit and could only return to his human form. Even if he was in a good state of mind, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 6 years of hard work was about to bear fruit, but it was all for naught at this moment. What's going on with this earthquake? Why am I so unlucky? Ugh! Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes widened. In the middle of the vast ravine, there was a huge rock the size of a mountain. The stone was orange-yellow in color and seemed to be made of crystal. There were countless holes on its surface, some as big as a house and some as small as a fist. Large amounts of yellow smoke came out of these holes in an endless stream. The smoke became thicker and thicker. Soon, it turned into soil in the surroundings. The orange-yellow crystal rock was covered in a thick layer of soil in a dozen or so breaths of time. Xingqing's breathing became rough. He had Genesis Lotus true inheritance, and was very knowledgeable. He recognized such a treasure. This is actually the Earth Path Essence Crystal of Huland. This is a rank 8 immortal material. Wait a moment! Xingqing's investigative killer move spread further and further. His eyes opened wider and wider as he cried out in shock. Am I seeing things? Not just the Earth Path Essence Crystal, there are also jade body scales, earth cave traveling flames, spring lightning condensed dew beads. These immortal materials were very valuable, and the quantity was also very impressive. Xingqing had already forgotten about the failure of the Gu refinement. He quickly pounced down and started to collect these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan was cultivating a sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Brilliant silver waves surged and surged endlessly. 3 layers of waves had a grand aura, splashing out in all directions. They were all extremely sharp. Immortal killer move, formless flying sword. Flying sword immortal Gu flew out and vanished. Its speed was extremely fast. Fan Yuan could sense flying sword immortal Gu's location accurately, but others could not. This was one of Bo Qing's signature killer moves. Immortal killer move, cloud flying sword. Fan Yuan clapped his hands, clouds and mist surged out and spread rapidly. The sword aura was boundless, it was formless and formless, it could not be defended against. Immortal killer move, myriadly flying sword. Fan Yuan pointed his finger. The sword light was like a white rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. It flew thousands of li in the blink of an eye. It was extremely accurate. The final highlight, immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Fan Yuan clapped his hands together in front of his chest. His right hand's fingers curled up. It was like he was holding an endless amount of sword light in his hand. Next, he raised his right fist, hovering above his head. First, he loosened his thumb. Whoosh! With a soft sound, an extremely sharp sword light shot out, piercing through cloud-covered continent. Next, his index finger and middle finger stretched out, 2 more sword lights shot out, they were extremely powerful. But his ring finger and pinky finger could not be extended. After shooting out 3 sword lights, Fan Yuan stopped this killer move. After a round of practice, Fan Yuan stood on the spot, comprehending and summarizing. Over these last days, I have already organized my sword path killer moves. I have come up with 5 main moves, other than sword wave triple layered that comes from Langya sect. The other 4 are Bo Qing's methods, but I have modified them. Sword path situation is a level lower than wisdom path. I do not have as many sword path immortal Gu as wisdom path immortal Gu. Their attainment levels are also far lower, thus, my modifications are limited. The killer move's power is also much lower than Bo Qing's original version. Especially the final move, 5-finger fist heart sword, it was a famous killer move that shook the world. But now, I can only use 3 sword lights, that is my limit. At the same time, its offensive power is only at the peak of rank 7. If I can use rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, the Sword Path Killer move's power will rise to rank 8. Unfortunately, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo was hard to activate. It required rank 8 Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. He could not produce rank 8 Immortal Essence. He could only give up. Fan Yuan had 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. They were Attitude Goo, Years Flow Like Water, and Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Attitude Goo was a legendary Immortal Goo, worthy of being recorded in the legends of Renzu. It had very low requirements to use. Years Flow Like Water was slightly inferior. The effect depended on the quality and quantity of the Goo Immortal's Immortal Essence. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo was a normal rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though it was Fan Yuan's, it required rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. Thus, Fan Yuan still had a lot of room for growth in Sword Path. It was just that currently, after this round of development, he had reached his limit. After finishing the killer move practice, Fan Yuan did not want to waste any time. He returned to the Cloud City and started to develop his Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, at the northern end of Kokidahara. Snow was falling, cold air was everywhere, the snow was thick, the atmosphere was very different from before. Roar, roar! Occasionally, a few snow monsters would stagger in the flying snow and let out a few strange roars. At the northernmost part, there was a crystal rock that resembled a mountain. This rock was blue in color. It looked like it was made of crystal. It was filled with holes of all sizes. There were many holes, frost fog was spewing out from them. It was precisely this fog that greatly improved the surrounding environment from its roots. Ice Path Crystal Essence. This was a rank 8 immortal material. It was very rare. It came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth it was rarely seen in the market. The first time he saw this Ice Path Crystal Essence, Fan Yuan sighed. To think that the snowman race had such a good item in their inventory. But soon Fan Yuan understood. Even though the snowman race had a difficult life now, they were in an awkward situation. Thinking about it, how could the snowman race that survived through the cruel eras be simple? At the very least, among all the snowman races, this was one of the best. They were stuck in a corner. Their situation was not good now, but they had glory in the past. Ice Path Crystal Essence was one of the important parts of the third gift of the snowman race. As for why the snowman race expressed such great sincerity, Fan Yuan did not need to guess. It was definitely because he had fought against the immemorial desolate beast Myriad Head Coiling Dragon. Shui had recorded the battle and sent it to the snowman race. However, this was also because Fan Yuan was purposely letting them do this. He was happy to see this happen. With this Ice Path Crystal Essence, I can create a snow monster production line. In time, this place will become my new source of income. Just as he was thinking about the future, Sixth Hair secretly sent a message. Sect Leader, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement has reached a crucial stage. Please come and refine the goo personally. Fan Yuan was energized. If he could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, the following calamities and tribulations would become predictable. Chapter 1479. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The Goo Refinement Hall was filled with white light. The light was boundless, people could not look at it directly. There was a dense aura between Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo. The Goo refinement had clearly reached the most crucial stage. Fan Yuan was bathed in the white light, his mind was completely focused. Beside him was the Refinement Path Goo Immortal Sixth Hair. He had a solemn and nervous expression. Now is the time! Suddenly, Sixth Hair spoke. He actually removed the entire Refinement Path Goo formation. It turned out that the most suitable method to refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was Light Path Refinement. Other than that, other paths refinement methods could only yield half the result with twice the effort. Some even had the opposite effect. And at the final step, the Refinement Path Goo formation had to be removed, using the Goo Immortal's ingenuity to complete the final step. This was the most special aspect of Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Other Immortal Goo did not have this requirement. Only Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could not be restricted or restricted. It could only be refined in a situation where it could move freely. Undeniably, this was a huge test for the Gu refinement Gu Immortal. Because the Gu Immortal needed to take over the role of the Immortal formation at this moment, guiding the entire Gu refinement process to the final step. But the Gu Immortal's guidance could not exceed the limits. Once it exceeded the limits, there would be restrictions and Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu would not be able to condense. This required a profound balance. The intricacies could not be expressed in words, only the Gu refinement Gu Immortal could personally experience it. The final step of the Gu refinement. Countless thoughts surged in Fan Yuan's mind. He used wisdom path methods to perfectly take over the role of the Immortal formation. The surrounding white light was dazzling, but under Fan Yuan's guidance, it started to condense and shrink. Gradually, this light condensed into a ring around Fan Yuan's body. The huge ring had Fan Yuan at the center. Initially, it was just light condensing, but after a few breaths of time, it felt like it was solid. More than 10 breaths of time later, the Gu Refinement Hall's light returned to normal. The ring was solid, it was the size of a house and looked like it was made of platinum. The ring quietly floated in the air. Fan Yuan stood at the center of the ring. Sixth Hair held his breath, feeling slightly excited. Refinement Path Killer Move, Heavenly Light Rotation, it has finally formed. But it needs at least 7 rounds to truly refine Rank 7 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The first turn. Fan Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the ring slowly activated. Only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did it complete a full circle. The first rotation is a success. Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. The second turn. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes that had been shut all along. A strange light shot out from his eyes and shone on the ring. The originally motionless ring seemed to be motivated by this gaze and began to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was clearly faster than before. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, the circle was completed. I've also succeeded in my second transformation. Sixth Hair clenched his fists. The third turn. Fan Yuan's breathing became heavy, and he kept breathing. This breathing was not ordinary breathing, he was using a refinement path killer move. His aura interacted with the ring, and the ring started to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was even faster, and after a while, the circle was completed. The third turn is also completed. Sixth Hair's heart was pounding. The fourth turn. Fan Yuan opened his mouth and started to chant. Under the influence of his voice, the ring started to spin even faster. Soon, the fourth turn was also completed. A total of 7 turns. I have already completed more than half. But it will get harder from now on, because the ring is spinning faster and faster, it is not easy to control. Sixth Hair's forehead was already covered in sweat. The fourth turn was over, but Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to continue. He rested for a while before activating his refinement path killer move, making the ring spin on its own. The fifth turn. Fan Yuan's arms were originally hanging down, but now, he started to raise them. Like 2 mountains were hanging on his arms, Fan Yuan raised his arms in an extremely slow and heavy manner. The ring started to spin on its own, but different from the previous times. While it was spinning, it was also slowly rising. It was getting higher and higher. When it rose from Fan Yuan's waist to Fan Yuan's shoulder, it suddenly stopped. Oh no! Sixth Hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring self-detonated. Boom! With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire Gu Refinement Hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fan Yuan, who was at the center, suffered the full power of the explosion. Puff! Fan Yuan's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal Gu Man as before. Fan Yuan immediately activated this Immortal Gu, the method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fan Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fan Yuan was injured while refining Rank 7 Heavenly Secret. He used Rank 6 Man as before. Even though it was effective, Man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fan Yuan's injuries could be seen at a glance. Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu's refinement failed. This was not the first failure. The previous few times, Sixth Hair had failed along the way. This time, even after Fan Yuan personally made a move, he still failed. At once, Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair's expressions turned ugly. This time, Fan Yuan had practiced extensively. He even used many luck path methods before the Gu refinement, but he did not succeed. Gu refinement was like this: it was not easy to succeed. If one invested a lot, they might not have any gains, they might end up with nothing in the end. The crucial point was that Fan Yuan's calamity and tribulation were about to descend. This refinement of heavenly secret did not succeed. It meant that Fan Yuan did not have time to refine it again. What a pity! Sixth Hair sighed. No worries, even without heavenly secret, I have confidence in passing it. Fan Yuan waved his hand. In just a short while, his emotions returned to normal. Several days later, Fan Yuan left through the teleportation immortal formation, arriving at an uninhabited desolate land to undergo tribulation. He placed his immortal aperture and opened its entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in like a heavenly river, filling up the sovereign immortal aperture. Ing Wu Xie and the others were dumbfounded by the majestic scene before them. This time, when Fan Yuan underwent tribulation, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he brought the Shadow Sect immortals along. Bai Ningbing was also among them, but Shui was left in Langya blessed land. Shui was not trusted by Fan Yuan yet. As for the others, they had entered the sovereign immortal aperture before. When Fan Yuan underwent tribulation, they could help. Or when Gu immortals were attracted and came to cause trouble, they could go out and block the enemies for Fan Yuan. This was a human tribulation. When Fan Yuan underwent tribulation, Providence paid attention to him. This could not be helped. Providence wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan by all means. It would naturally make arrangements, and as time passed, it would create a human tribulation. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone's immortal aperture could have such a grand scene just by absorbing heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture is too powerful. I believe that even rank 9 venerables cannot have such a scene when absorbing heaven and earth chi. The Shadow Sect immortals praised. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was shocked inwardly, but she said, "You are underestimating rank 9 venerables. Even though I have not seen the rank 9 immortal aperture absorb heaven and earth chi, after inheriting Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I know that back then, Bai Xiang's absorption of heaven and earth chi was much grander than Fan Yuan's." Ing Wuxie glanced at Bai Ningbing plainly. Bai Xiang is rank 8, he has a rank 8 grotto heaven. Fan Yuan is only rank 7 now, he only has a rank 7 blessed land, the two cannot be compared. Moreover, the sovereign immortal aperture is huge, many places have not been constructed, its potential is unimaginable. In contrast, back then, Bai Xiang had already constructed the grotto heaven completely, resources filled it, these resources naturally consumed a lot of heaven and earth chi. Bai Ningbing was silent. You are right, fellow celestial Wu Xie. Goddess Miaoyin smiled. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. After a long while, the sovereign immortal aperture finished absorbing heaven and earth chi. The tribulation started to form in mini red heaven. Fan Yuan's body was in mini red heaven now. This tribulation was targeted at Fan Yuan. It would not appear anywhere else. As for why mini red heaven was chosen, it was because this place was huge. It had once been used as a battlefield against the immemorial year monkey. There were no resources built here. Undergoing tribulation here would greatly reduce the losses. If he underwent tribulation in mini southern border or Kokidahara, the tribulation would wreak havoc and destroy countless resources. This was not a situation Fan Yuan wanted to see. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we undergo tribulation, how can we avoid the calamities and tribulations damaging our resources? But inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations cannot include mini red heaven. He Lulan sighed with an extremely envious tone. My Shadow Sect painstakingly accumulated resources for 100,000 years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It is naturally extraordinary. Ing Wu Xie snorted coldly, speaking in a proud tone. It is a pity that everything went to Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing said casually, causing Ing Wuxia to glare at her angrily. What? Am I wrong? Bai Ningbing was fearless. She looked at Ing Wuxia provocatively, regaining her dignity. Ing Wuxia breathed in deeply, turning his head around. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu was given to Lord Fan Yuan. What difference does it make? He is the sect leader of my shadow sect now. We are on the same side. Ha! Bai Ningbing laughed mockingly. Ing Wuxia ignored her. He only stared at the tribulation that was about to form. He saw that Fan Yuan's surroundings were filled with extremely thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was rumbling. It had 5 distinct colors. This is a poison path tribulation, Lady White Rabbit said weakly. More accurately, it is a 5 poison tribulation, Ing Wuxia said. His knowledge was naturally broader. Just like he said, the 5-colored poisonous fog formed into 5 huge monsters. They were snake, scorpion, spider, toad, and centipede. The 5 monsters surrounded Fan Yuan, looking at him covetously, but they were not in a hurry to attack. They were accumulating strength. As time passed, their bodies became larger. Why is Fan Yuan not attacking yet? Bai Ningbing frowned. This was the best time to attack, otherwise, the longer time passed, the stronger the poisonous beasts would become. However, Fan Yuan's battle strategy was different from the norm. He waited until the power of the 5 great poisonous creatures had accumulated to the limit. The 5 great poisonous beasts were like mountains. They pounced at Fan Yuan while stomping on the ground. Bai Ningbing and the rest held their breaths. The tribulation was so powerful that even the spectators were shaken. This was not an ordinary rank 7 tribulation. With the support of Providence, it had reached the limit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Is that all? Fan Yuan's gaze turned cold. He vanished on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, thunderous explosions resounded. The pupils of Bai Ningbing and the rest shrunk. They watched in shock as Fan Yuan rampaged through the battlefield. The 5 poisonous beasts were completely defeated by his attacks. A moment later, the poisonous fog dissipated. Only Fan Yuan's demonic godlike figure was left in the battlefield. Chapter 1480. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Even though Providence wants to get rid of me, this otherworldly demon, and raise the power of its rank 7 heavenly tribulation to the limit, it is still unable to do anything to me. Love goes small. TalkNet. It was not hard for Fan Yuan to pass this tribulation. For this tribulation, he had made ample preparations, but he did not use most of his trump cards. Ing Wuxia and the rest could be said to have watched Fan Yuan's individual battle prowess. They were filled with shock and envy towards the sovereign immortal aperture. Rank 7 Gu immortals had to go through 24 earthly calamities, 3 heavenly tribulations, and 3 grand tribulations. Fan Yuan patiently waited until the 5 poisonous beasts were at their strongest before undergoing tribulation, to probe the greatest power of the heavenly tribulation. Rank 7 heavenly tribulations no longer posed any threat to him. Earthly calamities were even more impossible. Only the grand tribulations were unknown. Fan Yuan was not clear about the power of the grand tribulations, because he did not pass them. His rank 7 cultivation level was mostly obtained by devouring apertures. He had forcefully seized them. This heavenly tribulation was the first time he underwent a tribulation with rank 7 cultivation level. Afterwards, Fan Yuan used perceivable Dao Immortal Gu to calculate that he gained over 1,000 poison path Dao marks from this heavenly tribulation. From now on, if Fan Yuan used poison path Immortal Gu, he would gain twice as much. Heavenly tribulations gave an average of 750 Dao marks. Fan Yuan had over 1,000 because Providence raised the power of the heavenly tribulation to the limit. But these gains were not what Fan Yuan needed at the moment. Firstly, he did not have any poison path resources to nurture. Secondly, his poison path attainment level was very low. And lastly, he only had 1 poison path Immortal Gu, Woman's Heart. Evidently, Providence purposely chose poison path to cause trouble for Fan Yuan. The next time I undergo a heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid Providence will choose to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation to the lowest. Fan Yuan didn't need to guess to be able to guess this. This heavenly tribulation made Providence realize that it couldn't do anything to Fan Yuan, so it probably wouldn't increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to its limit anymore. After all, doing so would only increase Fan Yuan's down marks. Apart from helping his enemies, it wouldn't create any trouble at all. This also means that in the future, my gains from transcending tribulations will be very low. Love goes small, say Netku devouring the aperture is the right way. Fan Yuan understood. Devour aperture was one of the advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. It would definitely be used in the future. It was just that he did not have the upper extreme heavenly ego currently, and Fan Yuan was also cultivating in seclusion. There were no opportunities. The river of time was never ending. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this period, Fan Yuan went through the earthly calamity again, and realized that it was just as he had guessed. He gained very few down marks. However, in other aspects, Fan Yuan had improved at lightning speed and gained a lot. In terms of soul path, his soul foundation had risen to 50 million man soul level. His soul was extremely condensed. There were already signs of it turning from phantom to solid. Most importantly, the immortal killer move ghost official garment was becoming thicker and thicker. It gave Fan Yuan a strong concealment ability. He Lulan had already finished refining the stars. Fan Yuan tried to use Star Eye's immortal goo. The investigative effect was very good. With this immortal goo, his investigative ability was greatly enhanced. In terms of immortal aperture management, the basic construction was already completed. After expending almost all of his immortal Yuan stone reserves, as well as the 3 gifts from the Snowman tribe, Fan Yuan even borrowed a batch of resources from Langya's sect, finally completing the basic construction. This way, although Fan Yuan had not truly fed it once, the foundation was already there. It was like having a meal, but plates of delicacies were already placed on the table, and the food was already cooking in the pot. As long as this continued, he would succeed without any accidents. There were 7 levels of immortal aperture management. The first level was to create mortal resources. The second level was to create immortal materials that could be used to feed immortal goo. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. The fourth level was to use the immortal aperture's various products to trade with each other and earn profits. Fan Yuan used to be abnormally prosperous. He had 1 foot in the 4th level, but still had 1 foot in the 2nd level. Now that he had reached perfection stage of the 2nd level, Fan Yuan's final step was to step into the 3rd level. The 3rd level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. Love goes small, say Netku. The standard for this level was, these immortal beasts and immortal plants were perfectly integrated into the immortal aperture's natural cycle, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem with other life forms. In this aspect, Fan Yuan had already reached it, but he was lacking now. Because the 2 largest beast groups were eagle groups and year beasts, they had not truly integrated into the sovereign immortal aperture. Eagle beasts needed to hunt large amounts of food. Currently, Fan Yuan was buying them from Langya sect and Jewel Yellow Skies. Year beasts fed on year goo. Fan Yuan relied on his own production. Rank 8 years flow like water. Immortal goo played a huge role in this. Without it, Fan Yuan would not be able to raise such a large-scale year beast group. I need to slow down the construction of the 3rd level. Fan Yuan wanted to continue, but he had no choice but to stop. He did not have enough capital. If he wanted to continue developing his immortal aperture, he needed to start from the 4th level and develop the trade first. Right now, Fan Yuan had 9 economic pillars in his hands. The first source of income was naturally the guts goo. It was a monopolistic trade with huge potential, but the investment was huge, and he had to share the profits with Langya sect. Fan Yuan's current profits from guts goo were all used to cultivate soul path. There was no profit in this. The second was year goo. Fan Yuan had not truly taken over the market of year goo yet, but after his previous investment, even if he developed in this area, his profits would be terrible in the next 2 to 5 years. But undeniably, the year goo trade had huge potential. The reason was that Fan Yuan had rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. This immortal goo was created by the Northern Plains Time Path Great Expert He Fan. It was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo. Not only was it easy to activate, it also meant that he had a cheap production line for mass-producing year goo. But there was a flaw: it would attract immemorial year beasts to cause trouble in his immortal aperture. After He Fan created year's flow like water immortal goo, he had been trying to resolve this flaw. Unfortunately, he had his own limitations. Even though he was a time path great expert, he could not use it in other aspects. Secondly, he had limited fortuitous encounters. If he was like Fan Yuan and had 180 slaves, he could resolve this flaw as well. Thirdly, he had limited lifespan. In fact, He Fan was already dealing with this flaw. Immemorial year beast fishing formation and flood discharge formation were results, but unfortunately, his lifespan was up. Thus, year's flow like water immortal goo did not fully shine in the hands of its creator. It was only in the hands of an outsider like Fan Yuan that it showed its power. How should he put it? Fan Yuan often sighed. This was truly fate. After year goo, there were dragonfish and regretful spiders, these two large resource points. They corresponded to dragon scales sea area and coiling thread caves in the sovereign immortal aperture. Back then, when Fan Yuan was in southern border, he had thought of ways to borrow Wu Clan's strength to slowly develop it. It took a lot of effort. But now, the dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. Because Fan Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai's secret was exposed, the dragonfish business relied on Wu Clan's connections to sell to southern border's righteous path forces. Now that Fan Yuan's identity was exposed, this channel was cut off. Thus, regretful spiders became Fan Yuan's current main source of income. The biggest buyer of this trade was Western Desert's Shao clan. This relationship was getting more and more stable. After dragonfish and regretful spiders, there were eerie fire dragon pythons, a series of star path resources, star dart goo, star fragment grass, etc., spirit snakes, snow monsters, and light shine fungi. The eerie fire dragon python business was originally obtained by Fan Yuan from Imperial Court Blessed Land. After He clan obtained the unique method to raise them, it grew to this scale. The scale was not big or small, it could not compare to dragonfish and regretful spiders. Star Path resources were left behind by Fan Yuan after inheriting Star Lord Wan Xiang. He did not focus on nurturing this resource. It was originally very important, but now, it was getting less and less important, because many resources surpassed it. And it was left behind by a rank 6 goo immortal. It was not big at first. Spirit snakes and star path resources were similar. They were produced by Han Dong Blessed Land. They were annexed by Fan Yuan. He did not focus on nurturing them. They were still the same. Finally, snow monsters and light shine fungi were future projects. The former was because Fan Yuan was using the Ice Path crystal essence to modify his immortal aperture's environment in Kokidahara. The latter had an important mission: they could not be sold as goods. To sum it up, Fan Yuan's trade situation was not optimistic. Guts Goo had no profits, the dragonfish business was heavily damaged. Even though regretful spiders were still doing well, they could not do much alone. The remaining eerie fire dragon pythons, star path resources, and spirit snakes were all important sources of income for rank 6 goo immortals, but to Fan Yuan, they were too small. These three and the regretful spiders were barely able to support Fan Yuan's situation. Finally, the snow monsters and light shine fungi business. Fan Yuan needed to invest in the former. While the latter could not be touched, it needed to be expanded. The huge profits from the sale of year goo had been used up. In this situation, Fan Yuan needed to revive his trade. He had a huge business, even though the foundation was completed and his immortal aperture's development had increased from 3% to 4%, be it the construction of the immortal aperture, modifying killer moves, or soul path cultivation, he needed to invest in them continuously. To improve, he needed to invest in them first. The greater the capital invested, the faster and higher the rate of improvement. As for Fan Yuan, he had a vast amount of inheritance contents. He naturally had countless resource management methods, many of them were even exclusive inheritances. He had too many choices to choose from. But among them, which one was the most suitable for him? the best choice? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Notice 3 things. 1. The postcards have already been sent out. Because they were ordinary mail, many people received them, but a few did not. There is no helping it. I know now that the Postal Service's ordinary mail is much worse than express delivery. If I cannot receive them, I have no other choice. But thankfully, such an event will be held again. Next, I will send them registered mail. I can check them now. 2. Minor character event. A lot of students want a cameo role, so I want to organize another cameo recruitment event. To participate, please read the minor character event post pinned at Chi Diane's book review section, and then follow the post to write down the minor character that you like. Another note, this might very well be the last time we're looking for extras. 3. Update status. Recently, he had to apologize to everyone at the beginning of the chapter every day. But this update status will continue until mid-November. According to the current progress, this book will not be finished this year. It should be finished in the first half of next year. Chapter 1481. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Lenya Blessed Land, Cloud City Secret Room. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of his body. His soul was no longer the same as before. His foundation was at 70 million man soul level. Fan Yuan sacrificed the profits from Guts Gu, and exploited Ing Wu Xie and the rest, adding on the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth that were the most beneficial for soul path cultivation in the world. His soul path cultivation had been advancing at an astonishing speed. I only need 30 million man soul to reach 100 million man soul level. Fan Yuan assessed his soul. The soul was vivid and lifelike. It had an exquisite face and a normal body shape. There was a halo emitting from the depths of the soul, enveloping the entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment was like a silk undergarment, sticking to the surface of the soul. Above it, there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Fan Yuan's modified Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. Earlier, it was just a loose garment. It had long sleeves and dragged down the back of his feet. It was very thin. But as Fan Yuan's soul foundation continued to rise, this layer of Ghost Official Garment became thicker. Looking at it now, this layer of Ghost Official Garment had changed. Not only did it turn from a long garment into a set of armor, there was even a layer of battle armor on the garment. It looked very majestic. This was the true appearance of the Rank 7 Killer Move Ghost Official Garment, Ghost General Garment. Earlier, because of ghostly concealment, the connection between Ghost Official Garment and the soul weakened. It was weakened to the Rank 6 Ghost Soldier Garment. But now, as his soul foundation rose, it gradually recovered its Rank 7 level power. But I am still some distance away from the complete Ghost General Garment. Fan Yuan looked at his back. The complete form of Ghost General Garment was not only a set of armor, there were also 3 battle flags on the back. Right now, these battle flags were nowhere to be seen. The focus of Fan Yuan's cultivation today was not just to check his soul path cultivation results. Even though his soul had left his body, there was a will in his mind. He started to activate an immortal killer move. Soul separation. This move came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After being modified by Fan Yuan, it could be used as well. An intense pain quickly assaulted Fan Yuan's soul. His soul immediately suffered a heavy blow. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew his soul back into his body. This was the first time he was trying to use Split Soul. Split Soul Killer Move was different. It required the Gu Immortal Soul to leave their body and use their remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control Gu worms. Thus it was much harder to activate than ordinary immortal moves. Activating the killer move failed. Fan Yuan was speechless. He began to consume Guts Gu to heal his injuries. If the killer move Split Soul succeeds, splitting the soul would not cause any pain. It would be as easy as drinking water. But if he failed, the consequences would be severe. Often, his soul would directly collapse. Thus, Gu immortals without a strong soul foundation could not blindly use this move, otherwise, they would be courting death. Fan Yuan's soul foundation had reached 10 million man's soul, which was why he started to practice. Right now, Fan Yuan had already modified his sword path killer move. He was very familiar with it. He started to modify and practice his soul path killer moves. Other than split soul killer move, there were also soul suppression, soul howl, soul explosion, soul devour, soul transfer, soul beast summoning, and others. Fan Yuan did not have many soul path immortal goo, he could only replicate them, but their power would be greatly reduced. What determined Fan Yuan's battle strength was still reverse flow protection seal. Be it soul path methods, sword path, or wisdom path, they were all methods to enrich Fan Yuan's arsenal. Modifying and practicing soul path killer moves took up a lot of Fan Yuan's time and energy. And in terms of immortal aperture management, Fan Yuan had already decided on his next focus. He thought about it and chose Dragonfish. Firstly, the Dragonfish business's foundation was still there. During this period of time, Fan Yuan had accumulated a lot of Dragonfish in his immortal aperture. He had sufficient stock. Secondly, Fan Yuan had done the Dragonfish business before. He had experience. It was not like the Yergu business, where he was a newcomer. Finally, Dragonfish had transformation path, food path, and other Dao marks. Just like the rumors said, Dragonfish were a new life form created by a food path goo immortal. They had a certain effect on feeding immortal goo. Fan Yuan currently had the most orthodox food path inheritance. There was a method to raise Dragonfish on a large scale. Dragon scale sea area? Fan Yuan first expanded the sea area. He also modified the immortal goo formation in the sea area. This was a brand new immortal goo formation. It used rank 6 snack immortal goo, rank 7 dragon scale, rank 7 dragon breath, and rank 6 dragon strength as the cores, with about 130,000 mortal goo as support. Just modifying this giant immortal formation took Fan Yuan 3 days. In these 3 days, Fan Yuan did not rest, he bathed in the light of wisdom. Setting up the immortal formation took Fan Yuan 12 days. Half a month later, Fan Yuan successfully raised this Dragonfish resource point from a large resource point to a giant resource point. This way, the Dragonfish reproduction speed increased. With the sovereign immortal aperture's own time flow, the production increased greatly. Fan Yuan started to discuss the Dragonfish trade. Lenya Sek easily obtained it. The Snowman tribe also decided to purchase Dragonfish from Fan Yuan regularly. Western Desert's Shao clan, Fan Yuan used the regretful spider business to establish a relationship. He successfully made Shao clan one of the biggest customers of the Dragonfish business. At Northern Plains Chu clan, Chu Du also secretly made an agreement with Fan Yuan. They would be doing business for more than 10 years. The start was good, but the next part was the main event. Fan Yuan sold these Dragonfish to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sent in different wills. He changed his identity so that others could not find out his background. This time, Fan Yuan used a different strategy from Yergu. In the Yergu business, Fan Yuan had a decisive advantage. He charged in forcefully, sweeping away all objections. But in terms of Dragonfish, even though Fan Yuan had a method to raise them, the cost was not cheap. Thus, this time, he slowly increased the scale of Dragonfish sales. He did this on purpose. There was not a huge commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was operating normally. As Fan Yuan cultivated, he observed the market's movements. Eastern Sea. Gu Immortal Yuchan was holding a Dragonfish, observing it carefully. Under the light, her beautiful face was solemn, her brows were tightly furrowed. She inspected the Dragonfish several times before sending it into her immortal aperture, sighing softly. I wonder where this person came from. He is very strong. Not only is he good at raising Dragonfish, he also has an endless supply of them. In terms of the Dragonfish business, Yuchan was the undisputed number 1 in Jewel Yellow Skies. In the Yergu business, there were 3 sellers. But in the Dragonfish business, Yuchan was the leader. She was far ahead of the other Gu immortals, firmly occupying the number 1 position for decades. On one hand, she was a water path Gu immortal. She had a huge advantage in raising Dragonfish. On the other hand, she occupied the famous Dragonfish Sea area in Dragon Sea. This was a natural breeding ground with a huge scale. Not only did Yuchan produce dragonfish in her own immortal goo, she also had a base in Eastern Sea. With these two factors, no one could match her in terms of dragonfish production. Other than this, Yuchan was a vigilant person. She had a wide network of friends, she could read people's expressions, she was very perceptive. To be able to become the sole leader of the dragonfish business, Yuchan naturally had her own extraordinary points. This time, just as Fan Yuan increased his dragonfish production, Yuchan noticed it immediately. Yuchan bought a batch of dragonfish from Fan Yuan anonymously. After careful investigation, she found out that Fan Yuan was her greatest enemy. Yuchan placed great importance on this. She immediately went to investigate Fan Yuan's background. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. But she disguised herself as a buyer. She tried all sorts of methods to probe for information, but Fan Yuan's will did not reveal any flaws. Yuchan expressed her desire to communicate with Fan Yuan himself, but Fan Yuan did not show up. Several days passed. Yuchan's heart was getting heavier, because she found that Fan Yuan's production was getting larger and larger. And in Jewel Yellow Skies' market, many Gu immortals were starting to notice this abnormality. Even though Fan Yuan did not do it openly, Yuchan felt even greater pressure. This cannot go on. Yuchan could not sit still. She left the Dragonfish Sea area. She did not fly, she swam underwater. After moving for hundreds of li, she found an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Yuchan entered the undercurrent, using the power of nature to speed up. Chapter 1482. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Yuchan was a waterpath Gu immortal. Using the undercurrents, her speed was much faster than flying Gu immortals. After going through several undercurrents, after several days, Yuchan arrived at Nangong Tribe's territorial sea. Nangong Tribe was one of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces. Yuchan came to the edge of the territorial sea and stopped, landing on a nameless island to wait. She was here to seek help from Nangong Tribe. Before she left, she had already used information path methods to inform them. As expected, Yuchan did not have to wait for long. A Nangong Tribe Gu immortal came to receive her. Fairy Yuchan, Master Hua sent me to welcome you. He is already waiting at Flower Bridge Pavilion. Nangong Tribe's Gu immortal was polite. He did not have the arrogance of a super force. On one hand, he only had rank 6 cultivation level, while Yuchan was rank 7. On the other hand, even though Yuchan was a lone cultivator, she had many connections. She was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Her reputation was spread far and wide. Nangong Tribe's Gu immortal had to pay attention to her. Thank you? Yuchan smiled lightly. The Nangong Tribe Gu immortal's heart jumped. Fairy, please follow me. Nangong Tribe's Gu immortal calmed his mind and led the way. Yuchan followed him into the sea, entering the undercurrents. After a few undercurrents, Yuchan saw an immortal Gu house in the sea. This immortal Gu house had a unique structure. There was a pavilion in the middle of a bridge. There was a stone table and stone chairs in the pavilion. A Gu immortal was brewing tea. Yuchan followed the Nangong Tribe Gu immortal onto the bridge. The man in the pavilion smiled. Fairy Yuchan came from afar. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you personally. Yuchan smiled. Huan, you are one of the 3 wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. What can I do if you put on such airs? Yuchan and Huan had a good relationship. She was just joking. In fact, Huan was originally a Hua tribe Gu immortal, but due to various reasons, he betrayed Hua tribe. Hua tribe was a righteous path superforce. When Huan escaped, he received Yuchan's help. The two became friends. After that, Nangong clan accepted Huan. Huan cultivated diligently and became famous in Eastern Sea and Wisdom Path. A doggerel was used to praise the bipolar pen Jiapil, the southern palace hid Huan, and the dragon-head turtle, returning from the sea of adversity. The second paragraph was about Huan. Even though Huan was a vassal of Nangong tribe, he was constantly threatened by Hua tribe. He had been assassinated many times by Hua tribe's Gu immortals. Therefore, He usually stayed in the Nangong family's headquarters and rarely went out. He had shown his sincerity by risking his life to meet Yuchan. Yuchan naturally knew about Huayan's situation. She was quite satisfied that she could see Huayan here. She was even a little surprised. Huayan laughed and gestured with his hand. "Fairy, please take a seat." Yuchan didn't stand on ceremony. She sat down and raised her cup to drink tea. Then she sighed. "This tea is good tea. It's a pity that I have worries in my heart, and can't enjoy the tea in peace." Huayan nodded. "Fairy, please tell me in detail. I will do my best to help you solve your problems." While Yuchan was drinking tea, Fan Yuan was drinking wine. He was not drinking ordinary wine, it was a wedding wine. This wedding wine was not someone else's wedding wine, it was his. Congratulations to Lord Fan Yuan, congratulations to Fairy Shui'er. It is truly enviable for two lovers to be able to get married. Ha! Bingzhua laughed as he toasted. Fan Yuan smiled as he raised his cup, replying while looking around. In the hall, there were 2 or 3 tables of banquets. All of them were Gu immortals. Most of them were variant human Gu immortals. There were snowmen, hairy men, ink men, and rock men. Other than them, there were the Shadow Sect members led by Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing was not among them. Love Go Small Say Netka Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. His wedding banquet was extremely important in Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. Almost all of the Gu Immortals came to attend. The Snowman Gu Immortals were cheering while the Rockman Gu Immortals had stiff expressions. This engagement banquet was a good thing for the Snowman tribe, but for the Rockmen, the neighboring tribe that they had been bullied for so long suddenly had a rank 8 battle strength expert. This was simply the worst news of all. Elder Bing Yuan, you have done a great deed. I am in admiration. At the table, Rockman First Supreme Elder Shizong said to Bing Yuan in a deep tone. Bing Yuan was Shui'er's grandmother. The marriage with Fog Yuan was something that she had advocated, and now, she finally saw results. This is my granddaughter's fortune. Sigh, to speak the truth, our tribe is in a superior position. Bing Yuan pretended not to hear the mockery in Shizong's words. She replied to him while looking at the main table. There, Fan Yuan was sitting at the main seat. Shui'er was beside him with an uneasy expression. Bing Yuan sighed. She looked glorious on the surface, but she was worried in her heart. This was not the wedding banquet that she wanted, it was only an engagement banquet. Bing Yuan fully experienced how troublesome Fan Yuan was. Just this engagement banquet alone made the Snowman tribe pay a huge price. And this was after she had bargained with Fan Yuan many times. They finally obtained this result. Both sides took a step back. Fan Yuan obtained another sum of resources, and the Snowman tribe could finally borrow Fan Yuan's influence. But luring Fan Yuan to my clan, such a person, was my decision right or wrong? Bing Yuan recalled the process of her negotiation with Fan Yuan. She started to hesitate. But on the surface, Bing Yuan did not show any emotions, she was full of smiles. The banquet was very lively. Eastern Sea. Huan said to Yuchan with an ashamed expression. Fairy, I have disappointed you. I could not deduce this person's background for you. Even you, Master Hua, could not? Yuchan was quite surprised. Huayan's expression turned solemn. Firstly, it is hard to deduce with just the clues of the dragonfish. Secondly, this person has a killer move that counters wisdom path deductions. He can conceal his identity. Yuchan heard this and felt even more uneasy. The other party actually had wisdom path methods to defend against deductions. She did not have this. The enemy had her, but she did not. The other party came prepared, or had someone backing him up. Either way, it showed how strong the enemy was. Is his wisdom path attainment higher than you, Huan? You are one of the 3 great wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Even you could not deduce him? Yuchan was very dissatisfied. Fairy, you misunderstood. Wisdom path is different from water path. This scene is like a river. The other party has set up a checkpoint in the most dangerous valley. No matter how wide the river is, at this checkpoint, the deep torrent will turn into a shallow pool. We wisdom path Gu immortals can create huge waves on the wide river, but at the checkpoint, We cannot use our strength, it is much more effective. Huan explained patiently, thinking that Yuchan cultivated water path, he carefully used water as an analogy. It is not that I cannot do it, even other wisdom path Gu immortals cannot deduce him if they cannot break this defense. Even if this defense is only at rank 6 level. Yuchan was depressed. She did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. In fact, most Gu immortals did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. On one hand, wisdom path Gu immortals were rare, on the other hand, wisdom path Gu immortals who knew the profundities of wisdom path would not seek trouble and publicize their paths to the outside world. Yuchan had thought that by asking for Huan's help, she would be able to find out about Fan Yuan's background, but to think that she suffered a setback. But the more it was like this, the more Yuchan did not want to give up. Huan understood her personality. Yuchan not only had outstanding looks, she also had the tenacity of water. Her current status and achievements were all due to her own hard work. Thus, Huan suggested, "We can probe them again. As long as we have more information and clues, I can break through their defenses. Even if one clue is like an ant's nest, a dam of 1,000 li often collapses because of an ant's nest. The more clues we have, the more success we will have." Yuchan nodded. "Wait a moment." She immediately entered her mind and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, trying to find Fan Yuan's will again. Her earlier probe did not yield any results, but she still wanted to try again. "Yuchan, no need to probe me. I am very interested in the dragonfish business. I can even say that I am determined to get it." Fan Yuan's will told Yuchan. Yuchan was shocked. Her expression changed, she regained her senses and told Hua, and Huan's expression also changed. "In this situation, the other party's background is not small. I am the #1 person in the dragonfish business, he can challenge me. How can he not have a strong background?" Yuchan rolled her eyes at Hua and shook his head with a solemn expression. "I am talking about his wisdom path attainment. My previous divination was most likely detected by the other party, and they used it against us. Thus, they managed to deduce your identity. I was already very careful, but he was able to deduce your identity under such limited circumstances. His wisdom path attainment is not weaker than mine. In fact, he might even surpass me. So that's it." Yuchan was shocked again. Chapter 1483. Genius in 1 second, remember love? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The banquet was bustling with noise and excitement. This engagement banquet had a strong political significance. Not just to the Variant Human Alliance, it was even more so to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not reject any of the Variant Human Gu Immortals' toasts. Using his interpersonal skills, he was able to close the distance between him and the Variant Human Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan's original identity was quite awkward. He was a pure human. In the Variant Human Alliance, he was a political loner. The Variant Human Gu Immortals had natural suspicions towards Fan Yuan. But this time, Fan Yuan and Shuai were engaged. This gave people a completely different feeling. It could be said that he had successfully entered the circle of Variant Human Gu Immortals. Before this, Fan Yuan had only integrated into Langye sect. "Of course, the most important thing is that I have rank 8 battle strength." Fan Yuan was very clear about this. The Gu Master world was a special world where individual people ruled over the collective. As long as one's cultivation level was high and their battle strength was extraordinary, they would be successful in every endeavor. "If she knows that I have rank 8 battle strength, will Yuchan back off?" This thought suddenly appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. The dragonfish business was the next focus of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture development. If Yuchan backed off, it would be perfect for Fan Yuan. But unfortunately, Yuchan would not do that. Fan Yuan shook his head inwardly. Yuchan was a person with vested interests. It would be extremely difficult to make her give up a piece of the pie. With Jewel Yellow Skies, even rank 6 Gu Immortals would dare to openly challenge or even provoke rank 8 Gu Immortals in business. Jewel Yellow Skies was a place that even the Celestial Court could not touch. Yuchan. Eastern Sea's 6 Beauties. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique. Fan Yuan entertained as he thought. Others did not know Yu Chan's secret, but after Fan Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, he obtained a lot of crucial information. It pointed out that Yu Chan possessed one of the 10 ultimate physiques, the Myriad Gold Wonder Physique. This was Yu Chan's biggest secret. She had hidden it very well, but the Shadow Sect had a special method to search for the 10 ultimate physiques. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had to gather all 10 extreme physiques. During this process, the Shadow Sect discovered Yu Chan's secret. However, at that time, the Shadow Sect already had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, so they didn't do anything to Yu Chan. As for why Yu Chan, who clearly had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, chose to cultivate the Water Dao, this was the difficulty of a rogue cultivator. Back then, Yu Chan had obtained the Water Dao legacy. She had no other choice, so she could only cultivate. Later on, changing schools of thought was very troublesome and risky, so Yu Chan continued to cultivate until now. Fan Yuan was able to deduce that Yu Chan was here to probe him. On one hand, it was because Fan Yuan had a lot of information about Yu Chan. He knew that she was his biggest competitor in the dragonfish business. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had Ghost Official Garment. He inherited many of Zishan Makoto's killer moves, as well as the countless methods of Shadow Sect and Langya Sect. As for the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, it was clearly recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 27. Legend has it that the Miniman surpassed boundless forest samsara. He relied on perseverance to build a ladder to leave ordinary abyss. The Miniman met Renzu. He sighed. If he had perseverance go back then, he would have been able to overcome Reverse Flow River. He would not have caused so much trouble. Renzu wanted to save his children, but until now, he had not succeeded. Renzu saw that the Miniman had perseverance Gu. He had new hope, he said to the Miniman. Miniman, oh Miniman, I want to ask you for a favor. The Miniman asked. Oh Renzu, what do you want me to help you with? Renzu told the Miniman that he wanted to borrow the Miniman's perseverance Gu. The Miniman said, Oh Renzu, the reason why I was able to leave ordinary abyss was because of the trees you planted. I chopped down those trees and built a ladder for me to climb. Thus I owe you a favor. The Miniman agreed to lend perseverance Gu to Renzu. But after Renzu obtained perseverance Gu, he found that he could not use it. This is the Miniman's perseverance, it is not your perseverance. Cognition Gu appeared at this time, telling Renzu the truth. Renzu was sad, he sighed deeply. He asked Cognition Gu, Then what should I do? I know perseverance Gu can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the Feathermen can help me, but love cannot control them. Cognition Gu told Renzu, Nobody can force others to love them, but you can create a Gu and use it to lure the Feathermen to do things for you. Think about it, how did this Mini-Man obtain perseverance Gu? Cognition Gu's words gave Renzu a lot of inspiration. Renzu was overjoyed. Oh Cognition Gu, thank you for giving me such a good suggestion. I know what to do now, I want to create a Gu myself. Cognition Gu asked curiously. What kind of Gu will it be? Renzu shook his head. I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this Gu to become something that everyone in the world wants. Thus, Renzu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that produced life Gu, the source of all life in the world. Renzu had walked ashore from the blue sea, and now he was back here. Renzu was thirsty, he scooped up the blue sea's seawater and drank a few mouthfuls, but the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. Renzu was satisfied. I want to use this blue sea's seawater to refine Gu. After I refine it, no matter who obtains it, they will not be satisfied, they will want more. Thus, Renzu took away a lot of the blue sea's seawater. The amount of seawater decreased, revealing the beach. Renzu found that there were many sea urchin-like Gu on the beach. These were not life Gu, they were hardship Gu. In any life, there would be hardship Gu. Renzu's eyes brightened, he said. The Gu that I want to refine, even though people need it, they will have to work very hard to obtain it. Thus, he collected many hardship Gu. After doing this, Renzu left the blue sea and went to the door of life and death. After entering the door, Renzu did not enter the door of life and death, he only walked around the path of life. He collected many worry goo, he said. The goo that I refine, after people obtain it, they cannot discard it, they will be worried that they will lose it. After leaving the door of life and death, on the way, Renzu encountered sorrow goo again. Renzu laughed happily. Great, the goo that I want to refine, if people lose it, they will be very sad. This way, they will not discard it. Thus, he collected the sorrow goo again. Renzu collected all of these things, he started to refine the goo. The goo refinement fire burned fiercely, giving off a lot of black smoke, attracting many goo and living beings to observe. Oh Renzu, what goo are you going to refine? Stupidity goo was attracted, it asked curiously. Renzu laughed. Oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Stupidity goo drilled into the fire and did not come out. Not long after, wisdom goo was attracted, it asked. Oh Renzu, what goo are you going to refine? Renzu laughed. Oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Wisdom goo also flew in. However, it only flew into the black smoke and was blinded. After flying around randomly for a while, it flew out again. Renzu, oh Renzu, I was almost deceived by you. I have already seen what you are going to refine, I am leaving. Saying so, wisdom goo flew far away. Renzu felt it was a pity, he sighed. This way, after my goo is refined, it can make stupid people my servants, and deceive wise people for a while. However, one day passed, another day passed. The goo refinement fire continued to burn, but it did not succeed. The burning black smoke did not dissipate for a long time, it floated in the air and turned into a vast dark cloud that covered the sky. Oh Renzu, you should have felt it, there is still one step left. This final step is the most crucial step. Cognition goo said. Renzu nodded, he stood up resolutely and walked to the front of the fire. It seems, this goo needs to be created with human hands. Thereupon, Renzu chopped off his hands and threw them into the fire. Whoosh! The fire exploded, and in an instant, the endless black smoke and dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Under the bright golden sunlight, a girl appeared in front of Renzu. Oh Father, thank you, you gave me life. My name is Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence. The girl was radiating with the aura of treasures, she smiled at Renzu. Renzu looked at her and laughed heartily. Haha, I have another daughter. But wait, is my goo refinement complete? Chapter 1484. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. This was a desert, the terrain was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the ground, not even a blade of grass grew. But deep underground, there was a whole new world. There were large numbers of ore veins, as well as constructed mines. Over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of minerals for the goo immortals. This was Western Desert's famous Myriad Ore Desert, controlled by one of the superforces, Shirklan. There were many types of minerals here, and the reserves were plentiful. Other than the mortal ores mined by the rockmen, there were also many immortal ores that goo immortals could only mine by themselves. For example, dark flow golden steel, this was the toughest rank 6 immortal material. Another example was the rank 7 immortal material, dark inkstone. Even if the ancient sword dragon clawed at it, it would not leave a mark. In the depths of the Million Ore Desert, there was a majestic river of gold fragments. The Gold Fragment River was a meadow river of immemorial yellow heaven, and this Myriad Ore Desert was where a huge fragment of immemorial yellow heaven had once fallen. The immemorial yellow heaven fragment had once become a treasure land for goo masters and goo immortals to explore, but with the passage of time, the immemorial yellow heaven fragment became smaller and smaller, eventually vanishing. During this process of dissipation, the Tao marks that it dispersed gradually transformed the surrounding Gobi into the Thousand or Gobi. And this gold fragment river was a product of the immemorial yellow heaven fragment. It had been passed down until now, and had not dried up. Fan Yuan's mini yellow heaven also had a gold fragment river, but it was very small, it paled in comparison to this gold fragment river in myriad or desert. In the middle of this grand gold fragment river, there was an immortal goo formation. The goo formation was still operating, it monitored the whole of myriad or desert and commanded countless rockmen miners. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. This immortal goo formation flashed with a dazzling light. A crack appeared on the goo formation, a door opened. A thick cloud of smoke flew out from the door. Cough, cough! From the colorful smoke, a rockman goo immortal walked out. But as he walked out, the rock skin on his body fell off piece by piece, revealing his true body. This was a pure human goo immortal. He was middle-aged, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. His appearance was ordinary, and he gave people the impression that he was an honest man. At this moment, he was covered in dirt and was coughing non-stop. The 89th goo refinement still failed. The middle-aged goo immortal sighed as he coughed out blood. The blood he spat out was very strange. When it landed on the ground, it actually condensed into all kinds of gems, pearls, agate, jade, and even gold, silver, bronze, and so on. Even if Fang Yuan were here, he would probably be surprised to see such a scene. What was the reason for this middle-aged goo immortal to suffer such strange injuries? As the person in question, the middle-aged goo immortal looked at the treasures around him with a plain expression. He was not surprised at all. Because he knew what he was doing, refining wealth goo. Wealth goo, this was a legendary goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. According to Renzu's instructions, it was refined using blue sea water, Renzu's hands, worry goo, hardship goo, sorrow goo, wisdom goo, and stupidity goo. However, if the goo immortal really wanted to refine the goo according to the instructions in the book, it was basically impossible. This was not only because the legends of Renzu was a story, many of its contents had hidden meanings, they were not literal explanations. And these goo materials could not be collected in the current situation. Fang Yuan had rank 9 wisdom goo, but he had not refined it yet. But the blue sea had already disappeared. Where could he find blue sea water? Even if he had blue sea water, what about Renzu's hands? But why was this middle-aged goo immortal trying to refine wealth goo? It was still the same saying, goo were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Man could create countless goo recipes for the same immortal goo. The method to refine wealth goo recorded in the legends of Renzu could not be used, but the goo immortal could modify it himself. This middle-aged goo immortal cultivated earth path, but he had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It was unknown which predecessor in history had left behind this incomplete recipe while researching wealth goo's refinement method. The middle-aged goo immortal felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure, because he could see that this goo recipe was extremely valuable. The predecessor who left behind this goo recipe had made a huge contribution. As long as he continued to develop like this, he could really refine wealth goo. In this incomplete goo recipe, this predecessor had even deduced the effect of wealth goo based on the goo recipe. If wealth goo was refined, it could expend one's own body to transform into anything in the world. This object could be gold, silver, copper, iron, rank 6 immortal materials, or even rank 9 immortal materials. But wealth goo could not transform into any life form. Life forms included animals, plants, humans, variant humans, and goo. If I refine wealth goo, I can transform into any immortal material in the world, it would be a huge profit. As long as I transform some extinct or rare goo materials, I can quickly become rich enough to rival an entire country. I can even accumulate a huge amount of cultivation capital and surpass the entire Shur clan. The middle-aged goo immortal was moved. He had been trying to refine wealth goo. He kept it a secret to prevent people from coveting it. This middle-aged goo immortal was called Shizhong. Shur clan was one of the righteous path superforces in Western Desert. Shizhong's status in Shur clan was very awkward. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was ostracized by Shur clan's goo immortals. This had a historical origin. Shizhong's father betrayed the clan, causing Shur clan to suffer huge losses, not only in resources, even goo immortals were sacrificed. Thus, Shizhong was not liked by Shi clan's Gu immortals since he was young. To gain their trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong, to show that he was loyal to the clan. But it was to no avail. He was sent by Shi clan's first supreme elder to guard this myriad or desert. This place was rich in resources, but it was backed by other superforces and had a bad relationship with Shi clan. It was very risky for Shizhong to guard this place. Moreover, there was little profit to be made. Because this immortal formation was under strict supervision, Shizhong had no chance to slack off. In fact, even if the supervision was not strict, Shizhong would not dare to make a move. If he was found out, his situation would be even worse. Precisely because of this, Shizhong had high expectations for wealth Gu. The foundation of Gu immortal cultivation is to manage their own immortal aperture. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high their battle strength is, it is only temporary. It is like a skyscraper that is built on sand. Shizhong had such an understanding. He had been trying hard, the process was tough, but he did not give up. Looking back at his previous Gu immortal cultivation, other than the necessary tribulations, all his other resources were invested in the grand plan of refining wealth Gu. 89th failure. Let me see, I do not have enough people. After Shizhong healed his injuries, he checked his inventory and found that he did not have enough people to use as Gu materials. He needed to collect more. Shizhong was a righteous path Gu immortal. He actually used humans as Gu materials to refine Gu. This was definitely the behavior of a demon. But as long as he kept it a secret, nobody would know. Shizhong did not have any evidence against him. Nobody would be able to do anything to him. Shizhong was very vigilant in this aspect. He would never capture the humans himself, and leave any traces behind. The human slaves he had were all bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. They were very clean. I used humans to replace the blue sea water in the ancient recipe of wealth Gu. It is already Rinzu's hands. There should be no mistake about this. But is it not enough? Do I need to use lifespan Gu? Shizhong was thinking. He had lifespan Gu too, but he did not dare to use it carelessly. The legends of Rinzu recorded that even though wisdom Gu was not sacrificed like stupidity Gu, it still participated in the Gu refinement process. I do not have wisdom Gu, so I used other wisdom path Gu worms to replace it. There's a lot of room for improvement in this aspect. Worry Gu, hardship Gu, sadness Gu, these mortal Gu, Shizhong had them all. They were not hard to collect. In fact, he could even refine stupidity Gu himself. Gu Fanjing is close to success, it is quite complete now. Shizhong finished healing his injuries. He checked the blood on the ground. Chapter 1485. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Shizhong had been in this field for a long time. He could tell if he had made any progress from his blood clots. Even though I made progress this time, I am still far from success. I feel like I am still lacking in many crucial steps. I need to work hard. Shizhong had a lot of experience in this field. He had an intuition. He calculated the time. It was time to feed the immortal Gu again. Shizhong inherited his bloodline's inheritance. He had several immortal Gu. This made the other Shi clan Gu immortals jealous. But this was Shi clan's tradition. It was a rule that could not be broken. Shizhong had these immortal Gu. This was why he was targeted by Shi clan's Gu immortals. He checked his inventory and felt a headache. It is a little troublesome. I lack some ingredients. I forgot that when I refined wealth Gu earlier, I was short on ingredients, so I sold a portion of the immortal Gu ingredients that I had. At this time, it will be difficult to gather another batch of ingredients. I should buy some dragonfish to replace them and feed the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Shizhong did not hesitate. He entered Jewel Yellow Skies with his consciousness. Dragonfish. His goal was clear. He soon found that many Gu immortals were selling dragonfish. As a buyer, he naturally had to compare the prices. The dragonfish business was not like your Gu. It could be sold all year round. Because dragonfish did not choose the right time to reproduce, they were sold all year round. Shizhong went to Yu Chan's stall first. Everyone knew that Yuchan was the #1 seller of dragonfish in jewel yellow skies. But she did not just sell dragonfish, she also sold other products, but mainly fish. In the past, Shizong would buy dragonfish from Yuchan, because Yuchan's reputation was very high. If nothing unexpected happened, he would also choose to purchase a batch of arowanas here. After looking at the dragonfish in Yuchan's hands, Shizong was not in a hurry to buy them. He chose to look around elsewhere. He soon found Fan Yuan's stall. Eh? There are people selling dragonfish here? There are quite a lot of them. Shizong looked around and was surprised. He looked carefully. He found that the dragonfish in this stall were not only huge in quantity, they were also of good quality. They were comparable to Yuchan's dragonfish. Besides, this stall is more popular. Shizong used his divine sense to look around and found that there were several Gu immortal wills surrounding this place, and there were even some Gu immortal divine senses communicating with them. To think that while I was in closed cultivation to refine Gu, a strong competitor has already appeared in the dragonfish market of jewel yellow skies. Shizong was thinking when a Gu immortal's divine sense came over and communicated with him. Fellow immortal, are you here to purchase dragonfish as well? Why don't we pool our money and buy them together? It will be much cheaper that way, the divine will said. Oh? What's going on? Shizong asked. That divine sense told him. Fellow immortal, don't you know? There were different rules for selling arowanas here. As long as the number of arowanas exceeded a certain standard, the price would be much cheaper. There are all kinds of standards, but in general, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. Hearing this, Shizong immediately praised in his heart. This method is really not bad. Then, he thought of himself. Maybe I can use this method to sell things in the future. The more Shizong thought about it, the more he felt that this method was amazing. Even though it was reducing the price in essence, with the increase in scale, the profits could be guaranteed. Compared to the competition for year Gu earlier, this method of reducing the price was much more ingenious and gentle. Using this method, not only can I sell more dragonfish, I can also make a name for myself. If someone really wants to buy dragonfish, the Gu immortal would invite their friends or work with strangers to make it cheaper. This way, the seller can advertise his dragonfish business. The more Shizong thought about it, the more he felt that this dragonfish seller had a brilliant mind. No wonder there are so many Gu immortals here compared to the other side of the dragonfish market. Who knows, there might be a seller here. They are not here to buy the dragonfish, they are just stirring up the atmosphere. Love goes small say net ke. Shizong was immediately interested in the seller. Alright, I will buy them here. I can't miss out on such a good deal. Why wouldn't I take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Shizong communicated with the unfamiliar voice and agreed to team up. The other party was happy. After discussing, they bought 100,000 dragonfish together. After buying them, they split them in jewel yellow skies. Both sides left satisfied. Let's not talk about how Shizong would feed the immortal Gu, just the divine sense of the Gu immortal who bought with Shizong immediately took the dragonfish out of treasure yellow heaven and sent them into the sovereign immortal aperture. Shizong guessed correctly, the person who bought with him was the seller's agent, but the mastermind was not Fan Yuan, it was another Gu immortal from Shadow Sect. But even if someone guessed this, how could they verify it in jewel yellow skies? They could not. Actually, this method was not created by Fan Yuan. Shizong mainly refined Gu, he did not pay much attention to the market of jewel yellow skies. In fact, this method had been used long ago. It did not matter if the method was new or old, the most important thing was whether it was effective or not. Regardless of others, Fan Yuan's method was very effective. These last days, as he continued to increase the quantity, more and more dragonfish were sold in jewel yellow skies market. It attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. The huge quantity of dragonfish showed Fan Yuan's strength. Buyers were more willing to choose a stronger seller. On the other hand, Fan Yuan used the correct method to sell his dragonfish. This caused his dragonfish business to spread far and wide. Fan Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality. With the help of the food path immortal formation, the quality would only get better. Initially, the goo immortals who bought dragonfish from him were few in number, and they did not buy a lot of dragonfish each time. But gradually, more and more goo immortals bought dragonfish from him. At the same time, the number of dragonfish sold increased rapidly. In fact, there were already repeat customers. And as Fan Yuan's biggest competitor in this dragonfish business, Eastern Sea's Yuchan, was still selling her dragonfish unhurriedly, she was unmoved. Yuchan is right to be unmoved. Because in the short term, my method cannot pose a threat to her. On the contrary, if she uses the same method, it will greatly harm her original profits. After all, there are many more goo immortals buying dragonfish from her than me. Fan Yuan thought. Yuchan was very calm in this aspect, she had the demeanor of a general. But after a while, she would get anxious. He. Fan Yuan was very confident. The food path immortal formation he set up used many immortal goo and expended immortal essence. It was not a small matter. But this method needed several generations of dragonfish, or even more than a dozen generations, to see results. Yuchan was not anxious, Fan Yuan was even less anxious. As time went on, his advantage in the dragonfish business would increase. After retrieving his divine sense from jewel yellow skies, Fan Yuan came to the goo refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair had a haggard appearance. He had done his best to refine goo for Fan Yuan. Right now, he was at the final stage of Heavenly Secret goo refinement. It was time for Fan Yuan to make a move. White light filled the goo refinement hall. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and slowly walked into the white light, only stopping when he reached the center of it. A dense aura assaulted his nose. It was like an extraordinary mortal, like an immortal yet not. It was somewhere in between. It was the final step of the transformation. We can begin. Fan Yuan adjusted his mental state as he transmitted to Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair counted down as he deactivated the refinement path immortal formation in the hall. Fan Yuan took over. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Wisdom path methods were activated one after another. He successfully took over the role of the immortal formation. Under his hard work, the surrounding white light condensed and shrank, forming a huge ring. The ring was parallel to the floor. It surrounded Fan Yuan and placed him at the center of the ring. Refinement path killer move. Heavenly light rotation. First rotation. Fan Yuan willed and the ring started to rotate at an extremely slow speed. The first rotation was successful. Second rotation. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and used his gaze to push the ring. The ring's speed became faster, and it started to spin. After a few minutes, the second rotation was completed. He entered the third rotation. Fan Yuan used his breath to move the ring. After a while, he succeeded. Fourth rotation, fifth rotation, sixth rotation. As time passed, Fan Yuan progressed steadily. He was actually at the final seventh rotation. It seems that sect leader has been training hard after that failure. He has put in a lot of effort. Sixth Hair watched from the side. He understood this now. Seventh rotation. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to rotate the ring. Right now, the ring had shrunk to the size of a basin. It floated above his head. Boom! With a soft hum, the ring suddenly shrank, and the entire ring directly shrank to a point. This dot was a goo. Rank 7 Heavenly Secret goo landed on top of Fan Yuan's head. I actually succeeded. Even the person involved, Fan Yuan, was surprised. He had failed the first time. To think that he would succeed the second time. After the surprise, Fan Yuan felt joy in his heart. Maybe it is because I use luck path methods, my luck is really good. Fan Yuan took the Heavenly Secret goo worm off his head and looked at it. At first glance, this immortal goo looked like a dragonfly, but looking closely, it looked like a willow branch. Heavenly Secret immortal goo was very long. It was the length of half an adult's arm. Its body was thin and long. Like a willow branch, it was very soft. The willow branch had 7 wings on both sides. They were thin like veils, they were green in color, they looked like leaves. When it flew in the air, or rather, it was more appropriate to describe it as floating. Chapter 1486. Genius in 1 second remembers love go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Eastern Seabed. I am ashamed, Yu-chan, you came all the way here but I was unable to help you in the end. Huan smiled bitterly and said to Yu-chan. The two were about to part ways. Yu-chan came to Huan for help, but because of Fan Yuan's perfect wisdom path defensive methods, not only did Huan fail to deduce anything, he even exposed Yu-chan's situation. Hearing Huan's ashamed words, Yu-chan shook her head. She looked at Huan's white hair and said sincerely, Huan, don't say that. For my sake, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your lifespan to perform divination. I, Yu-chan, will remember this kindness. I did not succeed because the opponent was too strong. Huan nodded. Your opponent this time is not simple. No matter what, I did not help you much this time. If you need any help in the future, you can come and find me. As long as you don't mind my low wisdom path attainment. You. Yu-chan smiled. Huan's promise made her eyes brighten, the haze in her heart dissipated. The two bid farewell. Yu-chan flew quickly in the sky. The incoming wind caused her sleeves to flutter. Using this layer of cold wind, she was as calm as ice. Although the opponent is strong, I will not give up like this. Although Huan did not deduce anything, it does not mean I am powerless. It is time for me to retaliate with my own methods. Yu-chan made up her mind. She looked at the sky and sea with determination. Yu-chan made a new move. Fan Yuan soon received the information. He had been paying attention to Yu-chan. Yu-chan added a new rule to her dragonfish business. As long as regular customers bought dragonfish from her, they would get a discount. For 10 years, as long as they bought dragonfish from her for a few years, the discount would increase. Once she used this method, she immediately stabilized the situation. Many customers who were lured away by Fan Yuan also returned to her. Yu-chan's method made full use of her advantage. She was bullying Fan Yuan, who was a newbie in the dragonfish business. If Fan Yuan were to use the same method, the effect would definitely not be as good as Yu-chan's. Not only did Yu-chan do that, but she also increased the stock of arowanas. She injected more arowanas into the jewel-yellow skies, and they almost piled up into a mountain. All sorts of desolate beast arowanas could be said to have formed schools. She was blatantly displaying her family's strong capital. This two-pronged approach immediately produced excellent results. The public opinion in jewel-yellow skies was almost completely on Yu-chan's side. Yu-chan is indeed the #1 powerhouse. I didn't expect her to be so strong in the field of arowana. That challenger is probably a little stupid now. No matter who he is, there's still a gap between him and Yu-chan. Yu-chan has been in power for a long time. Her #1 throne is not so easy to challenge. Let's wait and see for a while more. I have a feeling that this mysterious challenger is not that simple. Some Gu immortals were waiting for Fan Yuan's reaction. But in the following period of time, Fan Yuan did not make any movements, as if he did not receive any news of Yu-chan's counterattack. Fan Yuan continued to sell the arowanas according to his previous rules. Even though his business had just started to improve, it suffered a huge blow now. Yu-chan's current strength far surpasses me. I am weak now. If I fight her to the death, it would not be wise. Even Fan Yuan himself, after seeing Yu-chan's methods, had to admit that his foundation in the arowana business was far inferior to Yu-chan. Fan Yuan had only raised arowanas for a short period of time, but Yu-chan had been raising them for much longer. This was a difference in accumulation. Fan Yuan could not catch up to her in a short period of time. Fan Yuan endured Yu-chan's counterattack and provocation. This made those Gu immortals who were observing give up on Fan Yuan completely. Only Yu-chan herself did not have any wishful thinking. Fan Yuan's inaction made her feel surprised, and even worried. An unsheathed sword was the most terrifying, because if Fan Yuan moved or reacted, Yu-chan could use Fan Yuan's actions to plan a counterattack. But Fan Yuan was not moving. Yu-chan did not know what she was planning. It was natural for her to be worried. Then should I chase after him while I'm ahead? Force him to react? Yu-chan thought about it, choosing the safer method. Forget it. The current situation is extremely advantageous to me. If this goes on, in a few months the situation that this mysterious opponent has been working on will collapse and be completely lost. Why should I be anxious in such a situation? He should be the one anxious. Yu-chan cultivated water path. She knew the principle of being virtuous like water. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Fan Yuan continued to observe for a few days. He soon realized that Yu-chan was also biding her time. He praised in his heart. He understood. In this dragonfish business, he had encountered a troublesome opponent. However, Fan Yuan was not anxious. For the dragonfish business, he already had a complete plan. As time goes on, my advantage will increase. I should endure it for now. Immortal Aperture Management was stuck at the dragonfish business, but this did not hinder Fan Yuan's other cultivation methods. His soul foundation had already risen to the level of 80 million man soul. He should have reached 100 million man soul already, but during this period of time, Fan Yuan had been practicing the immortal killer move Split Soul. His soul was often injured and his foundation was expended. But this way, Fan Yuan's gains were increasing the number of Split Soul killer moves. During this period, he even used the light of wisdom to modify the activation steps of Split Soul. Other than Split Soul, Fan Yuan was also practicing other soul path killer moves. But these killer moves were much weaker than the original versions, because he did not have enough immortal goo. Fan Yuan's current focus was on Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Different from most goo immortals, every time Fan Yuan obtained an immortal goo, his strength would increase rapidly. This was because he had inherited a vast number of inheritances. He did not lack the methods to use immortal goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was created by Old Man Inkstone. Inkstone was also a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan took out Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo flapped its 7 pairs of wings, floating in front of Fan Yuan. Until now, every time Fan Yuan saw this immortal goo, he would sigh at his luck. He did not expect that he had only refined Heavenly Secret twice, but he succeeded on his second try. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. This success was very lucky. Fan Yuan felt like it was a dream when he thought about it. If he had to do it again, he had no confidence. This success could not be replicated. Refining immortal goo was like this. It could make the goo immortal's emotions fluctuate. Sometimes, when refining goo, even if one failed 100 times, success was still far away. Sometimes, when refining goo, 1 or 2 tries were enough to succeed. Fan Yuan had experienced many unsuccessful refinements. He had also experienced Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's success this time. He could not say for sure when it came to goo refinement. This was a trap. Different from other immortal goo, immortal killer moves that revolved around Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo were very rare. This was because Old Man Inkstone had not created Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo for many years, and because of the Shadow Sect's grand plan, Old Man Inkstone needed to plan it thoroughly. He had only designed a few killer moves. Among them, the most important one, and also the one with the highest value, was exposing Heavenly Secret. This killer move could actually predict the contents of heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations in advance. The significance of this was huge. As long as the prediction succeeded, there would be countermeasures against it. The success rate of the Goo Immortal's tribulation would rise rapidly. This was an immortal Goo that had a huge impact on the entire Goo Immortal world. Maybe in the future, I can do such a business? Fan Yuan had a thought. Once this kind of business formed a good reputation, even if it didn't make a lot of money every day, it would definitely be able to eat for 3 years if it didn't open for business. There would definitely be a huge market for it. However, in the current situation, Fan Yuan thought about it and decided to forget about it. Because he did not intend to expose his immortal Goo now. His greatest enemy was the Celestial Court. In these 10 years, he needed to do his best to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo. Right now, even though he was developing rapidly, he was still far from this goal. He could not see any hope of success. In this situation, Fan Yuan needed to use Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as his trump card. If he did business, the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals of the Celestial Court were not to be trifled with. they would definitely be able to find out about this situation. Thus, Fan Yuan decided to hide Heavenly's secret immortal goo and keep it a secret. Not wanting to waste a single second, Fan Yuan started to practice his killer move. This killer move used Heavenly's secret immortal goo as the core, but it was not exposing Heavenly's secret, it was Heaven's will dissipation. In the short term, Fan Yuan did not need to practice exposing Heavenly's secret. Because earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not scary, they were easy for him to pass. At rank 7, the only risk was the Grand Tribulation. And he was still a long time away from the Grand Tribulation. Heaven's will dissipation was a wisdom path killer move. It used Heavenly's secret immortal goo as the core, it targeted Providence, and could cleanly get rid of Providence. This move was created by Old Man Inkstone, but he did not succeed, so it ended up in Fan Yuan's hands. Heaven's will dissipation was only an incomplete move. Fan Yuan practiced it for a while, the incomplete move naturally would not succeed, but this experience made him more familiar with the profundity of Heaven's will dissipation. He could not help but praise Old Man Inkstone's talent. With Heavenly's secret immortal goo's guidance, Providence could be directly attacked by goo immortals, or even erased. However, there were still many hurdles to overcome, and he was still a long way from success. But these were not important to Fan Yuan. His wisdom path attainment level was not as high as Old Man Inkstone, but he had the foundation. His greatest advantage was that he could use the light of wisdom. Wisdom goo once again displayed the incredible power of a rank 9 immortal goo. Several days later, Fan Yuan completed Heaven's will dissipation. Chapter 1487. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. This immortal goo looked like a cicada. Its head and abdomen were brownish yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on the surface. Love goes small say netku. The wings on its back were wide and translucent, like two overlapping leaves. It was constantly emitting the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo. It was rank 6 time path immortal goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada. At this moment, Spring-Autumn Cicada was in the aperture of the immortal zombie body, being sealed by Fan Yuan. Its body exuded a warm, oily glow. Its wings were light green, like two fresh leaves that had just sprouted. All of this indicated that the Spring-Autumn Cicada's condition had been completely restored, and it could be used again. If it had just been reborn, the Spring-Autumn Cicada's torso would not have any luster. It would look rough and dull, like a dead tree. Its wings would also be filled with a withered yellow color, like withered leaves in autumn. Moreover, the tips of the wings were slightly curled up and incomplete, like the edge of a fallen leaf. The Spring-Autumn Cicada had a great origin. It was an immortal goo personally created by one of the 10 venerables in human history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Furthermore, it was the vital goo of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and its status was extremely important. Its effect was to let the goo immortal sacrifice everything and use it to move through the river of time. It would carry the goo immortal's will and go against the flow, to be reborn in the past. There were pros and cons. The Spring-Autumn Cicada's power could be said to be marvelous, but at the same time, it also had a huge drawback. Once one became the master of the Spring and Autumn Cicada, one's luck would be constantly weakened. Simply put, the Spring and Autumn Cicada would bring bad luck. At this moment, as Fan Yuan looked at the Spring and Autumn Cicada, he was filled with emotion. This was the connection between his previous life and this life. Without the Spring-Autumn Cicada, there would be no Fan Yuan now. If one had to ask a question, which immortal goo had the greatest significance to goo immortals? This question differed from person to person. Every goo immortal had their own answer. But to Fan Yuan, he only had one answer, and that was the Spring and Autumn Cicada. Let's not talk about the previous life and just talk about this life. On Mount Chimao, Mount Samwan, and the blessed land of the imperial court, the Spring and Autumn Cicada had repeatedly displayed its prowess. It was indeed worthy of the reputation of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's natal goo. It had repeatedly allowed Fan Yuan to turn the tables in desperate situations and escape with his life. Love goes small say Netka. However, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was lost. Although Fan Yuan obtained the spring and autumn cicada again, he already knew that the spring and autumn cicada contained providence, and could not be used. Fan Yuan broke away from Providence's control and became an enemy of the heavens. Along with Providence's spring and autumn cicada, he was directly put on the list of forbidden items. To bring out the value of the spring and autumn cicada once again, Fan Yuan had to expel the Providence from the spring and autumn cicada. If he didn't expel it, there would be no hope for him to be reborn in the future. Providence would directly kill Fan Yuan. "Now let me see how good this killer move is," Fan Yuan murmured, his eyes shining brightly. "Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation." Fan Yuan prepared for a while. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Next, he used his hand that was covered in the gray-white light and lightly placed it on the immortal zombie body. The gray-white light was like flowing water. It flowed around his body and completely covered the strength path immortal zombie body. The gray-white light lasted for a while before it started to change. Eyes started to appear in the gray-white light. These eyes were multicolored. It could be said that they were extremely dazzling. They first appeared around Fan Yuan's palm, before increasing in number and spreading in all directions. Soon, these multicolored eyeballs covered the immortal zombie body. They continued to blink. Each time they blinked, they changed into a different color. Next, the multicolored eyeballs spread into the aperture. Finally, spring and autumn cicada's surface was also covered in a layer of tiny multicolored eyeballs. The multicolored eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack that targeted Providence. Spring and autumn cicadas started to vibrate. The multicolored eyeballs kept on appearing and disappearing. Fan Yuan continued to expend red date immortal essence, causing the multicolored eyeballs to appear endlessly. Spring and autumn cicadas shook even more intensely. After the shaking continued for a while, Fan Yuan saw that a fine crack had appeared on spring and autumn cicada's surface. Love goes small, say net, his heart sank. He quickly stopped the killer move. Puff. His body shook like he was struck by lightning. The killer move stopped too quickly. Fan Yuan was injured. But this light injury could not compare to spring and autumn cicada's safety. Fan Yuan ignored his injuries. He quickly inspected spring and autumn cicada. The crack on spring and autumn cicada was not obvious, but Fan Yuan had a vigilant and meticulous nature. The moment the crack appeared, he discovered it. The appearance of the crack meant that spring and autumn cicada was injured. Almost all goo worms were very fragile, be they rank 6, 7, or even 9. Spring and autumn cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo, but it was no exception. After inspecting it carefully, Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Providence! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Spring and autumn cicada's injury was not heavy. Thanks to his timely discovery, this small injury could not even be considered a light injury, so it was easily dealt with. But he could not continue using Heaven's Will Dissipation. If this continued, the cracks on spring and autumn cicada would become larger and larger, until it was destroyed. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was far more severe than Fan Yuan had expected. Fan Yuan pondered for a while and thought of a way to resolve this. There were two paths in front of him now. The first path was to continue modifying the immortal killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, so that it could eliminate Providence without harming spring and autumn cicada. The second path was to use Shadow Sex method, using refinement path methods to first refine spring and autumn cicada before reverse refining it. During the goo refinement process, Providence would be eliminated. Both of these methods had flaws. Modifying Heaven's Will Dissipation was rather difficult. In fact, it was not easy for Fan Yuan to deduce Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was close to the limits of his abilities. It was not impossible to continue making breakthroughs in this aspect, but the time, energy, and resources needed would be huge. And Shadow Sex goo refinement method was only an idea. It was very difficult to realize. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was so deep, and goo refinement itself was very risky. During this process, as long as Providence messed with it, accidents would occur frequently. It seems that combining these two methods is the safest way to resolve this. Fan Yuan thought for a long time. he decided to use both methods at the same time. Fan Yuan moved quickly, he soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. I will have to rely on you again. Wisdom Gu circled around Fan Yuan for a while, before silently emitting the light of wisdom. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan activated many wisdom path methods with ease. In a split second, raging waves were set off in his mind. Countless thoughts rose and fell, vast and endless, colliding with each other and giving rise to countless sparks. Red Date Immortal Essence was rapidly expended. Fan Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. The difficulty of the deduction was very high. It could be seen from Fan Yuan's frown. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time. After a full 8 incense sticks of time, Fan Yuan stopped. He let out a breath of turbid air, his face was pale. He had used all his strength in this wisdom path deduction, his head was aching, his soul was dim, and his vision was turning black. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan recovered a little. He continued to use the light of wisdom to make deductions. The deduction was very difficult. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level could not help Fan Yuan much, because this was beyond his limits. Fan Yuan was forcefully using the light of wisdom to make breakthroughs. But Fan Yuan had a persevering nature, he did not waver, he did not have any thoughts of retreating. He even placed his soul path cultivation and killer move practice aside. Most of his time and energy was spent on wisdom path deductions. He did not rest or sleep, but even with so much effort, his progress was slow. But Fan Yuan persevered. As long as there is progress, even though there is little progress each day, what if it accumulates over a few days, a dozen days, or even a few months? With such perseverance and willpower, Fan Yuan attacked this difficult problem with all his strength. During this period, his dragonfish business gradually had a breakthrough. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Dragon Scale Sea Area. Countless dragonfish formed schools and swam in the sea. The dragonfish looked like a red carp, but it was much larger. The desolate beast dragonfish was even larger, it was a giant in the water. But the dragonfish's battle strength was publicly known to be at the bottom. It was not worth looking forward to. After this period of time, a special dragonfish appeared in Fan Yuan's dragon scale sea area. This dragonfish was slightly smaller than normal dragonfish, its scales were also dimmer, they had a metallic texture, like dark red copper. The copper dragonfish has finally reproduced. Fan Yuan inspected it, he was satisfied. Dragonfish were not natural species, they were created by a food path Gu immortal. The one who created the dragonfish was none other than the Beastman ancestor who created Food Path. Fan Yuan had inherited this Beastman Gu immortal's inheritance from Shadow Sect, he had a deep understanding of dragonfish. The dragonfish in the market had Food Path Dao marks, but they were mixed with Dao marks of other paths, it was a mess. But if the inheritance's method was used to nurture them, they could be improved generation after generation, they would produce better dragonfish species. Like this copper dragonfish, it was a completely new species that surpassed ordinary dragonfish. The reason for this was the Food Path Immortal Gu formation that Fan Yuan had painstakingly set up. Fan Yuan saw that he had a lot of copper dragonfish, he placed a portion of them in Jewel Yellow Sky's market. If I had just started my dragonfish business, no one would care about this small portion of copper dragonfish in the market. But some time ago, I started selling dragonfish, Yu-chan even retaliated, the other Gu immortals now know that I am doing dragonfish business as well. Hee hee. Fan Yuan thought of this and laughed. He did not need to guess to know what kind of reaction these copper dragonfish would have after entering Jewel Yellow Sky's market. Chapter 1488. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Several days after the copper dragonfish was released, Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. What dragonfish is this? Copper dragonfish? A brand new species? According to the seller, this copper dragonfish has better effects than ordinary dragonfish. Haha, this is going to be a good show. That's right, I thought that Yu-chan had already defeated the seller. To think that after lying low for so long, he actually made such a sharp counterattack. The appearance of the copper dragonfish is beneficial to all of us. We can deduce that this seller has a food path true inheritance. Many Gu immortals were envious and jealous, especially those Gu immortal experts. The problem of feeding immortal Gu was not just limited to Fan Yuan. Food path true inheritances were something many Gu immortal experts wanted, but they did not have the opportunity. However, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. These Gu immortal experts directly went to the will left behind by Fan Yuan. They directly talked about the food path true inheritance, expressing their strong desire to buy it. No matter who it was, Fan Yuan ignored them. He had too many inheritances. If he released them, the market would explode, he would earn a lot of money. But that would be like giving resources to his enemies. In the upcoming Great Era, the 5 regions' chaotic war would start. Anyone could become Fan Yuan's enemy. And the Celestial Court was already his sworn enemy. Investigate, find out the identity of this seller. Even though Fan Yuan refused to look, some people did not give up. Some rank 8 Gu immortals decided to collect information and clues about Fan Yuan. They would deduce it themselves, or ask other wisdom path Gu immortals for help. He was innocent, but he was guilty because of his wealth. Those who could worry about feeding immortal Gu were mostly because they had many immortal Gu. With so many immortal Gu, these Gu immortals were elites among the same cultivation level. And the food path true inheritance was not as simple as solving the problem of feeding immortal Gu. There was also the dragonfish business. The appearance of the copper dragonfish made the Gu immortals realize that with the help of the food path true inheritance, this business had huge potential. However, they were destined to fail. Fan Yuan's wisdom path defensive methods made even Huan, one of the 3 great wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, fail. The Celestial Court and the Court of Providence were helpless. In the past, Fan Yuan had gone into hiding in order to conceal his divination. The current him had already begun to ignore such trouble. Yu Chan was holding a very ordinary copper arowana in her hands. From time to time, the copper arowana would twist its body. Yu Chan's hands were trembling slightly, and her expression was extremely ugly. This small and inconspicuous copper arowana was a huge threat in Yu Chan's eyes. This was far more terrifying and serious than Fan Yuan's ruthless price reduction. I didn't expect this opponent to be able to use such a counterattack. Amazing, truly amazing. My previous worries were completely correct. After a while, Yu Chan calmed down and sighed repeatedly. The appearance of the copper arowana was a direct threat to her arowana business. It was a huge threat to Yu Chan. The situation had become very dire for her. In fact, not just her arowana business, all the arowana businesses in the world were facing a strong challenge from the copper arowana. I have already experimented many times. The copper arowana is indeed of higher quality than ordinary arowana. The reason is that it has more food path Dao marks. What should I do? Yu Chan pursed her lips. She had a solemn expression. She had a strong nature. After accepting the reality, she felt a strong sense of unwillingness. I have cultivated for so many years, how can I admit defeat so easily? The arowana business is my main source of income. If it collapses, it will be a huge threat to my cultivation. I cannot admit defeat like this. Right, I, Yu Chan, am not a weak woman. How can I admit defeat like this? Since he can raise the copper arowana, why can't I? Yu Chan clenched her fists. Her eyes shined with bright light. Intense fighting spirit surged in her chest. She wanted to give it a try and see if she could improve the copper arowana herself. Only then would she be able to fight against this mysterious enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against an ordinary dragonfish. Yu Chan was not blindly confident. She had her food path foundation. She had inherited a food path inheritance. It was just that it was not as orthodox as Fan Yuan's. Even though food path was rare, the creator was definitely not the only food path Gu immortal. Because Yu Chan obtained nourishment from the food path inheritance, she chose the arowana business as her main source of income. In fact, she had been trying to improve the quality of the arowana as well. It was just that she had not made any breakthroughs. But now, the results of the Dragonfish modification are right in front of me. I did not make any progress earlier because my food path attainment was insufficient. Now that I have a finished product like the copper arowana, I can reverse engineer it. If I still can't do it, I might as well kill myself. You might not have expected this, but your copper arowana has become a fortuitous encounter for me to improve. Yu-chan was filled with fighting spirit. She actively researched the copper arowana. In the following days, she went crazy, forgetting to eat and sleep. On the other side, Fan Yuan was also working hard. He continued to deduce and solve the problem of spring-autumn cicada. He moved forward step by step, like a person who had just recovered from a serious illness, dragging his weak steps as he climbed up a steep mountain. There were many difficulties. But no matter how difficult it was, Fan Yuan's ambition could not be stopped. He moved forward steadily, even though each step was difficult and had little results. As he accumulated, the results became more and more satisfying. During this process, Fan Yuan once again experienced the power of the light of wisdom. The more he used it, the deeper his emotions became. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan had endless inspiration, all of them pointed in the right direction. Fan Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level was barely supporting him. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, Fan Yuan waved his arms and roared loudly. Success! He finally succeeded. He found a way to solve spring-autumn cicada. Almost at the same time. Eastern Sea. In the windless Dragonfish Sea region, waves suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the sea, Yu-chan excitedly waved her arms, looking at the surging waves in front of her, expressing her joy. I did it! I managed to create a brand new species of copper arowana. Even though I need to rely on the other party's copper arowana, as long as I have one or two, I can breed even more. I will not lose this Dragonfish battle! Chapter 1489. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. This was a small and unassuming mountain. The belly of the mountain was hollow. There was a goo formation set up to seal the strength path Immortal zombie body. Thus, it was named Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, meaning to seal providence. At this time, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was floating in the air, looking down at this Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. Beside him, there was a Goo Immortal. It was the variant human Goo Immortal Sixth Hair. Bringing Sixth Hair into his sovereign immortal aperture was something that Fan Yuan had considered deeply. Normally speaking, an immortal aperture was an extremely important and secretive place. It was the foundation of a Goo Immortal's cultivation. It would not be shown to others easily. But Fan Yuan had already brought all of the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals into his immortal aperture. Sixth Hair was also a member of Shadow Sect. He was trustworthy. During this period of time, Sixth Hair had racked his brains to refine immortal goo for him. This action was engraved deeply in Fan Yuan's mind. Moreover, Sixth Hair and Wu Xie had always been in contact. They were both members of Shadow Sect. They knew about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's existence. Wu Xie had even entered the Immortal Aperture before. There was no need to hide it from Sixth Hair. I am going to start the goo refinement. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply and said. Sixth Hair nodded. Sect leader, go ahead, I will do my best to assist you. This goo refinement involved spring-autumn cicada. It was extremely important. Fan Yuan needed the help of a refinement path Goo Immortal like Sixth Hair. In fact, a few days ago, Fan Yuan had borrowed many refinement path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo from Langya Sect. He placed these goo worms down and formed a refinement path Immortal formation. This refinement path Immortal formation was already set up. It was just waiting for Fan Yuan to activate it. Fan Yuan willed. Red Date Immortal Essence was continuously expended as the Immortal Goo formation started to activate. Waves of white light rippled on the Heaven's Ceiling Mountain like flowing water. A moment later, Fan Yuan started to multitask, activating a refinement path killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the air was pushed apart, and a pillar of golden light suddenly blasted down from the sky. The golden light pillar was majestic and powerful. Wherever it passed, the flowing water and white light were all pushed aside. It landed on the heaven-sealing mountain and directly penetrated the mountain rocks, stabbing deep into the hollow of the mountain. Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed inside the mountain. The golden light pillar accurately struck the immortal zombie body, directly suppressing him. His immortal zombie body started to creak. As time passed, he would be unable to bear the burden. Therefore, Fan Yuan made good use of his time. After stabilizing the golden astral beam, he took out a live desolate beast. Crack! A beam of sword light shot out, and the wild beast's head rolled off. It died on the spot. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out from the desolate beast's neck like a huge red fountain. The smell of blood spread, and under Fan Yuan's control, the golden light pillar burst out with a strong suction force. The blood of the desolate beast was drawn by a formless force, and was sucked into the golden light pillar. As for the desolate beast's corpse, it quickly became shriveled as its blood was completely sucked dry. After the golden light pillar absorbed the blood, it was mixed with a trace of red. This color caused the originally majestic pillar of light to look a little strange and bloody. Kill, kill, kill! Next, Fan Yuan slaughtered desolate beasts for 7 days. His expression was cold as steel, he showed no mercy. The golden light beams sucked all of their blood dry, turning them completely into crimson red light beams. Their appearances changed drastically. Sixth Hair nodded as he watched. He recognized that this step that Fan Yuan used was the 7-kill blood path Gu refinement method. This method was Langya sex inheritance. Sixth Hair knew its name, but did not know the details. Fan Yuan used shadow sex inheritance to exchange for Langya sex inheritance, and obtained this Gu refinement method. He disassembled this method and extracted its essence, he modified it, and used it here. It was very suitable. Even Sixth Hair nodded inwardly, praising in his heart. Fan Yuan started to control the blood light pillar with all his strength, while Sixth Hair also started. This time, Sixth Hair was assisting Fan Yuan in the Gu refinement. He had a huge responsibility. Both sides had communicated beforehand. Sixth Hair did not need Fan Yuan to remind him, he knew what to do. He took out the Gu materials that he needed. These Gu materials were all flowers. There were ghost face sunflower, steel wire cotton, smallpox flower, 7 treasure flower, milk tea flower, iron shell flower, boat flower, blood poison apple, multicolored overlord flower, green beetle water lotus, red axe flower, smelly fly flower, and so on. There was a dazzling array of flowers of all sizes. There were mortal and immortal Gu materials. Sixth Hair started to use refinement path methods to process these flowers. The processing of Gu materials required a lot of knowledge. Every type of flower basically had its own treatment method. Thankfully, Sixth Hair cultivated refinement path. He had rich experience in Gu refinement. He was also a split soul of spectral soul. He had deep foundations. It was Fan Yuan's wise decision to let him process these flowers. Time passed, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Sixth Hair finished processing the flowers in his hands. He did a good job. The flower materials were carefully selected, they were not wasted, their essence was extracted and fused, forming a lump of 100 flowers liquid. At this moment, Fan Yuan condensed the blood light pillar. The huge light pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth had shrunk to the size of a tree trunk. The water is here, catch it. Sixth Hair pushed with both hands. The floating flower liquid floated in the air like a huge translucent bubble, floating towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and lightly hooked, successfully controlling the 100 flowers condensate in his hand. Next, he breathed in deeply, causing the wind and clouds to change. Strong winds blew, dark clouds started to form in the sky. Fan Yuan gave a shout, he waved his hand and sent all of the 100 flowers liquid into the sky. The 100 flowers condensate was thrown into the dark clouds, and soon after, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed pink. Swish, swish, swish. A torrential rain started to fall. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn as he moved his fingers. His 10 fingers were like shadows as they flew around. The pink flower rain was drawn by a formless force, A portion fused into the blood pillar, a portion fused with the immortal zombie body, and the majority was absorbed by the refinement path immortal formation. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The blood-colored beam of light that resembled a tree trunk shrunk and shrunk until it completely disappeared. Fan Yuan willed, the refinement path immortal formation started to activate rapidly. It was no longer slow like before. When refining immortal goo, it was very convenient to have a refinement path immortal formation. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he did not have one, but in this life, he had a vast amount of refinement path immortal formation knowledge. He even went one step further, using his Grand Master formation path attainment level and the light of wisdom. He could modify these refinement path immortal formations and deduce the most suitable refinement path goo formation for the current situation. The refinement path immortal formation continued to activate. Using the flower liquid, it created a temporary connection, connecting the immortal zombie body, spring autumn cicada, and many goo materials together. Using this chance, Fan Yuan opened an inner door of the immortal formation. From the door, a piece of wood floated out. This piece of wood was shining like gold, but looking closely it was still made of wood. There were dew droplets on the wood. It was like amber. Several small auspicious clouds were appearing and disappearing on the surface of the wood. This was the immortal material golden cloud divine wood. Like the other goo materials, it had already been stored in the refinement path immortal formation by Fan Yuan. It had been bathed in the 100 flowers liquid. The refinement path immortal formation rumbled. The golden cloud divine wood soon disintegrated and turned into nothingness. At the same time, wooden markings appeared on the surface of the immortal zombie body. Similar to the golden cloud divine wood, there were dew droplets on it. They were like amber. There were also several fist-sized auspicious clouds that appeared on the forehead of the immortal zombie body at times, while disappearing at the waist of the immortal zombie body at other times. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, saying to Sixth Hair, "Replace me." Sixth Hair had been resting after processing the 100 flowers liquid. He quickly took over Fan Yuan's position and took control of the immortal goo formation. Fan Yuan was freed. He immediately sat down and used every second of his time to rest. Even though the goo refinement process seemed to be progressing smoothly, it was not easy. Every step was like walking on thin ice. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. His mind was also under huge pressure. Even with Fan Yuan's strength, at this stage, he could not hold on any longer. If he continued, it would be very dangerous. It would be very harmful to the goo refinement. Thus, Fan Yuan directly rested and let Sixth Hair replace him to continue the goo refinement. Normally speaking, the goo immortal in charge of the goo refinement could not be changed easily. Because if it was someone else, the immortal essence and aura would be different. There would be many disadvantages to the goo refinement. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.